Let me know.
Okay, it's setting up. Okay, Madam Mayor, it is 6:05 and we are live.
Thank you very much. And good evening, everybody. Whew, it's nice to see people back in the chambers, even if you're going to yell at us. It's okay. Welcome to the January 3rd City Commission regular meeting of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida. May we have the roll, please?
Yes, Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Kim Stokes,
Here.
Commissioner Reynaldo Diaz.
Here.
Okay, thank you. We're going to start out with the invocation moment of silence, which is going to be led by Christopher McVoy, and then the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by me. And I would just like to say one thing before Mr. McVoy, if that's okay, before this has been a very, very terrible and tragic moment in Lake Worth with the, I'm sure most of you know about it, the murder of the young boy. Ms. Malega was very connected to him. He was her godson. And so I just want to take a moment for us to, I'm going to take over the moment of silence. I just want to, have us a moment of silence for Commissioner Malega, for the boy's family, Emmanuel's family and his friends and his community, and pray to God that this just doesn't keep happening. So I would ask for a moment of silence. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Agenda, there's a couple of things I'd like to suggest about reordering tonight. I would like to suggest, and this is at the suggestion of our clerk, the two things, one thing specifically that I would like to talk about is the redistricting. A lot of folks are here tonight because of the redistricting. And so I'd like to perhaps move that from where it is somewhere.
Unfinished business A.
A,
Just haven't seen.
oh, thank you. So that's. Okay, that one, and I'd like to move that. Also, I know there's a number of people in here that are very interested in the issue of the droning and the birds. And so instead of making them sit through all of the other things that are not quite as interesting, I would ask to move that up to be, so that would be the second thing that we would hear, the redistricting and then the bird, which now is now it is.
It will still be new business B. We'll just hear it earlier, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so will you keep me on track with that? I often get confused when we do this.
I will be happy to.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so new business B is going to be moved up, as well as the other one, which is, tell me again.
Unfinished business A.
Oh, okay.
And those would both be,
Those will both be moved up.
speaker microphone doesn't seem to be doing very much of anything. Let's try that one.
I paid a lot of money to have them.
Hello? That works better. All right.
So I need
And
a,
you would move those in front of public hearings, I guess?
after public,
Yes, we don't have a consent agenda tonight. I had suggested after consent, so it'd be after the approval of the minutes.
okay.
Okay.
All right, so UVA and NBB are going to be there. Thank you. I appreciate the, well, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Thank you. Oh, she sounds so slack. Okay, so, well, tonight we have one presentation tonight, and is devoted to a person who is near and dear to the hearts of the community, the working community of Lake Worth, and also the citizens of Lake Worth, because Walt has been a part of Walter Gill is retiring, and it's a happy day for him. Kind of a happy day for us, bittersweet. But I believe that Lauren Slayton has something to say. Would you like to say something, Lauren? And we have a presentation. I do have a presentation, yeah. There you go, great. It was beautiful.
Get that picture, huh? And this one too?
I cannot tell you what I'm gonna do my IDW negotiations without you, my friend. So leave me on my own, so we wish you the best, and we're so proud now that you're getting us.
Mm. Walt has been working for the city for 25 years. And he promised we could call him.
Like I've always done.
I think Walt has a few things to say.
A couple things, I won't take the meeting too long. There we go. We're good. Just a couple words, nothing major or anything, because I know you got a long meeting tonight. And me being the humble one and not really wanting to be in the limelight, don't want to take a lot of time either. Well, so for the last time, good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable commissioners, Walt Gill. I've always questioned myself on how do I sum up and remember 25 and a half years of service. I've come to the conclusion that you can't. So I promise to be real quick. We've had a lot of bad times, a lot of ups and downs, and many, many good times. And the city continues to pull through and move into the future like the gym that it is. As always, you all only get to blame me for 3 months. After that, every time you point, there's 3 fingers pointing right back at yourself. And finally, I leave you with this, because it's been in my professional career, my entire professional career. It was given to me by my father, rest his soul, when I entered the workforce at the ripe young age of 15. And my first tutor in Chicago also gave it to me as well. And then Michael Jenkins, my comrade in arms, who was there earlier but had to leave, also carried it with him as well. And we always live by it. So I want to read it to you. And hopefully you guys take it to heart and feel what it's feeling. Yeah. Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losers and blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting or being lied about, don't deal in lies. Or being hated, don't give way to hating. And yet don't look too good or talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master. If you can think and not make your thoughts aim. If you can meet the triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same. If you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build them up with worn out tools. If you make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. If you force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone. And so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch. If neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours are the earth, everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. In public service, retired, 450 to 415, in all other radios on 10-8.
Oh, well. a good man who's gonna now be able to enjoy himself. Okay, commission, liaison reports and comments. Let's start with District 4.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes,
I neglected under the deletions. I neglected to say that presentation B would be rescheduled for a future meeting. I apologize.
yeah, no, that's fine. I understand. That's fine. Okay, so Commissioner Diaz, what have you got?
I feel like there's a lot to discuss, so I'll probably keep mine extra short. I mean, there hasn't, I hope everyone enjoyed their holidays and in the break, and there was a number of really good events, not just our parade, but also, like the Hanukkah concert and so many good things. That I've expressed it before. We always have such a good community that takes on extra effort to organize such things, and I'm really appreciative of those opportunities.
Thank you. Commissioner Stokes, do you have anything tonight?
Yeah, I just have one thing I wanted to mention. As long as I'm better by next Thursday, I'm going to start having something similar that Commissioner Robinson had with his coffee talks. So starting next Thursday at Cafe Tycoon, which is 7th North L Street downtown, right next to the Lucerne. 5 p.m. to 6:30. I'm going to open up to the community. I'll get Lauren to push some information out, but I know I feel like I could be communicating better with the community, and the city could as well. So I want to at least get this going and get that started. I am a little upset about over the holidays. I don't think I communicated as well as I could have with my district about tonight's meeting and the redistricting. So when I found out that this was on tonight's agenda, I did what I could. I pushed the emails out, but it was very, very late. And it became very obvious to me that they were not hearing it through their normal channels, either through the city pushing out the information about the whole redistricting process, or through the NAPC or neighborhood associations aren't, I think that's not the venue or like the medium for pushing out that information. So we need to do better. We'll talk about that more again when that item comes up. But for now, I'm going to at least get those conversations going on a every other week basis.
Every other week?
Yep,
So
starting a week from Thursday.
Was it 2nd and 4th Thursday?
It's going to be every other week, so it might
Oh.
alternate. Yeah,
Okay,
but I'll make sure to connect with staff so that I can get something up and shareable.
great. Anything else?
That's all.
Okay, District 2.
Just a minor, well, I don't know about how minor, but a small one. I had some reports from residents who wanted to submit public comment on some of the things for tonight's agenda, and that apparently was not possible until very recently, and that's a concern when we're coming out of the holidays and people are away and the meeting is quite close after that. We really need to make sure that the website is telling people the right things, telling them in advance. I hope that the indication that only 10 comments will be read is on there. I haven't checked lately to see, but I hope that's something that we asked for so that people know, how we deal with this stuff. Okay.
Well, that was just, there was a new thing because the date was wrong, and I got some emails too, but that was for the change of the year in terms of submitting the comments.
Whatever it was,
Yeah,
it
that,
made it difficult.
yeah, that was a one-off.
Yes, if I may, Madam
Sure.
Mayor, do apologize for that. Yes, what happened was that the new year information was not put into the comment period time. And so we apologize for that. And as soon as we were made aware of that, we did correct it. So certainly we'll stay on top of that. No snafu that we apologize for.
Commissioner Malega.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just been asked to share some information from the CRA since I'm a liaison with them. They are starting a first-time home buyers club workshop series for first-time home buyers. Information is in the Lakewood CRA. It kicks off in person for the orientation January 7th. They also have a community show for local only artists opening party this coming Saturday, the 14th at 6 p.m. at the Hatch. The next CRA board meeting is Tuesday, January 10th at 6 p.m. at the Hatch building. I do believe that we're considering moving it here.
I thought that was happening in January.
She said she's bringing it to the board first. I guess the board, the CRA board's gonna vote on it first or something.
I don't know that they vote on that.
I apologize. Can you repeat it? I was
The
trying to
Lakewood
check the
Beach,
comments.
the Lakewood Beach CRA meeting, the next one, January tenth on Tuesday, is still at the Hatch Building. So according to Joe.
Okay, I need to verify, but we were making accommodations for them to be here in the chambers, but I will follow up with
2
you.
hours ago, she verified it's still attached. So
Well,
we'll work that
that's a
out.
problem because I've been told it was here, so.
And then the NAPC meeting is this Saturday at 9 AM. That's all I have. for now.
Okay, great. I don't have too much either. Well, I got here's some good news because we will use it. I got a call from Congresswoman Frankel that the $750,000 towards affordable housing has been approved on a federal level. So we are going to be getting that money, which we can then put to what we have and figure out how to spend it most creatively and most efficiently. But that was very good news. And we thank the Congresswoman for once again coming through for Lakewood. And I got a letter today from the Office of the Attorney General. There was a lawsuit apparently that the city was involved in on a very tangential basis regarding price fixing against automotive parts. And we got a share of the $11,000, but that's nice. But the important part is I got a personal letter from the Senior Assistant Attorney General thanking the staff. We know that your agency staff devoted valuable time and effort to collecting necessary documentation that assisted us in litigation of the case. Please accept our personal thank you for the cooperation and support your agency provided. Your actions were instrumental in allowing us to bring this matter to a successful conclusion. So I want to thank staff for doing that. I also want to thank staff for, we're all just sort of coming out of Christmas and New Year's and Hanukkah. And the staff, once again, above and beyond, they were there, they made everything work and it was really, really remarkable. We are going to be talking about artificial turf. I have a question for Mr. Arnold Lesson, L-E-S-I. Hi, thank you. You say landscaping, do you mean turf?
No, I'm actually speaking to rock in parallel to the landscaping issue. But it is.
Okay, if it's not the turf, I'll do it under,
It can be done under the turf stuff.
well. No, I'll leave that in, 'cause it's not on the agenda. Let's see. All right, so I don't have too much else. I have every hope that we're gonna have a good new year, that we're gonna work together, that we are going to find ways to solve our issues.
I forgot two little things. I could have. Yeah, they're both good. One is that I've been appointed to the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, so I attended my first meeting. I don't know, about 3 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, so I'll be going monthly to that. That one happened to have a lot of items relating to railroad safety, both on the easternmost tracks and the western tracks. From the Brightline tracks, but and I've been in touch with our public works director on that. I'm pleased to report that he was way ahead, already working on it, and we'll be pursuing, I think, some opportunities. There's quite a bit of grant funding to try and help, and wherever we can be eligible to increase our crossing safety, we'll want to look for it because those are expensive. The other one is working with the Transportation Planning Agency. We have set up a safety audit, a walking audit in relation to the kids crossing 10th Avenue North, the bridge. That will be for anybody who'd like to join Wednesday, January 11 at 2 p.m. They do seem to have a form to fill out some sort of release or something. So contact me if you're interested in
Where is it?
crossing.
No, I know but where's
Where's the meeting point?
It's starting at Lakewood Middle, I believe,
Yeah.
right?
1300 Barnett, so it's starting. at middle school.
That's important because this 10th Avenue crossing thing, I don't know if I may just add to on the Palm Beach Post the other day, they had a diagram of the one they want to do in Boca, which they want to do on 10th Avenue North, and I'm like, okay, if I was a car coming off of 95, and I mean, it's scary for our children. I would love to see a bridge across 95 that the children could cross over safely.
Separate.
Yeah,
Totally separate. Yeah.
a little like they used to have. They took one down. It was in Lantana. Up until a few years ago. But remember the bridge, the pedestrian bridge over 95? Wasn't that long it was taken down. It was safe for the kids to go. So,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, with that, I guess we'll get going. So. With public participation of a non-agenda item.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, I forgot that. I'm so sorry.
next is city managers.
I forgot it again. I'm trying to be easy on it.
No, no, no worries. I appreciate it. I didn't have much. I just, I don't see her in the room. She's probably at the door, but I do want to introduce, Shona Smith. And so,
Lauren's gonna get her.
thank you.
She can't get out that.
Shona is, she started December 12th as my new executive assistant. So I want to introduce her and welcome her to the Lake Worth Beach team. She comes with a wealth of experience as executive assistant professional. And she will be very helpful in keeping me organized and in order, as well as help me become more responsive to the community. So when she walks in, we'll say hello.
There she is. All right.
Hello,
Hello.
Shona. I'm introducing you. She was busy making sure our doors open. We're having a little snafu with the door, so. but
Thank you very
I
much.
promise 2023 will be much smoother than this happens this year. Welcome
And it's
aboard.
delightful to have you here, really. Thank you. Appreciate it. Other report, anything else?
That is it.
All right.
Madam Mayor, thank you.
So now we're at public participation of non-agenda items. And I'm going to start with Mr. Lesson because he's up on top.
Hi, hi, Commissioners. Hi, Mayor.
Your name and address.
Arnold Lesson, 1603 North Ocean Breeze. I'm here to talk to you today. The city has been issuing citations around my district and my neighbors close to me for using rocks as a substitute for general grass in their gardens. We've spoken with multiple neighbors and discovered that this is only recently being enforced as part of the landscaping codes, resulting in many cities in our district and around the area to be cited. The code itself states the lot area the lot areas not covered by driveways, structural shall be planted with living ground cover or other approved landscaping materials. The landscaping we currently have is a rock, as most of my neighbors do. An approved material, and to our understanding, and more commonly, a landscaping material used across the country. Rock is used everywhere. We could, in discussing changing our landscaping, we meet all the point systems as required by the city in terms of trees, shrubbery, and more so. What we're being asked to change is literally where the grass would be planted. This would affect our basic water consumption and more so parallel to that, our utility bills, which, as we all know, Lake Worth and utilities in general have had drastic increases over the last year. It would also require higher fertilization and chemical additives to supplement the growth and to maintain a high level of quality and mitigate any pest nuisance that could grow within this. We ask that the city look at this abrupt change in code enforcement on a specific issue and review it with the outcome and the departments to know why this is an issue, why it's truly an issue. As it stands now, it appears that a half-dead lawn or an overgrown lawn or one covered with weeds is acceptable per the city, but a well-kept, low-maintenance greenscape is a violation worthy of city citation. Furthermore, despite our ongoing efforts to talk to city officials regarding what would clear the citation, what would be required, we get nowhere. We have found no traction. We have spoken with city officials where they give slight comments, hints, but nobody that we have spoken to yet, and we have spoken to a couple of people, can say, if you do this, if you do X this way, because I'm not a green thumb, we can clear this. I get hints, I get little tidbits of what it would take. And that is the biggest issue, is we need to understand for people like me, who again have greenscapes, who have had these lawns for years, if not decades. My neighbor's lawn has been there since, like this rock hardscape has been there since 1963. And now they're getting cited for it. That's a little, it's almost a grandfathering clause at this point, or whatever you want to call it. It's a little much. And again,
Thank
with
you,
debt
that's
diets
time.
in the city, it's difficult to resolve.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you. Next up is Jonas Reed. Artificial turf is on the agenda.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Okay. Okay. Jonas Reed.
My name is Jonas Reed. I live at 1325 North End Street. I was here in December with the same problem. As Mr. Liaison alluded, we have a current code enforcement issue where they're coming after citizens of our city. It's a little egregious. They're not giving us any insight on how we can fix the situation. They're telling us that we're in violation and that we have X date to fix something, or they're going to levy us with fines. I've come here to ask for a sit-down communication. In November of 2020, the previous commission was setting up for a sit-down with the citizens to discuss this very topic. Since you guys have taken office in this commission, it's been radio silence until these enforcement notifications came here. I think you'll hear tonight a number of other people that are in my same predicament that are coming to you guys and asking for a sit-down conversation on how we get around this. It's very unfair. Every other municipality that's encountered situations like this has worked with its constituents instead of just finding them and hoping that they comply. So I'm coming here again in hopes that we can have some special workshop, some sort of sit down, something, because we are your constituents. We are feeling a monetary burden based on a code that's written ambiguously. It's written so ambiguously that the professionals that were hired to design the pool couldn't even interpret it properly and brought in front of you guys something that you disapproved of. So all I'm saying is it alludes to a fact that there's a need for a discussion here. I'm hoping that you guys are willing to have that discussion with the folks that live in your city.
And you have turf, correct?
I have turf. That is correct.
Willie Volk.
Hi there, Willie Volk. I own the property at 216 North K Street. I've owned the property since 2005. For the first 9 years that I lived there, I struggled with sod in my backyard. Excuse me, because 2- and 3-story condos surround my home, the sod doesn't get enough sunlight and it eventually dies. Moreover, during the rainy season, storms create runoffs in the sod, washing away the soil. I estimate I spend about $1,000 a year on irrigation, replacement sod, leveling sand, and fertilizer, which we all know leaches into our drainage systems. 9 years ago, in 2014, I installed 350 square feet of artificial turf in my backyard. 350 square feet is approximately a quarter of my backyard. Since then, the staple down turf has prevented the soil from washing away. Further, I've spent nothing on inputs, and in the last 9 years, I have not added chemicals to our water table. I'm here to ask the city to revisit its thinking about artificial turf. If natural turf is so important to the city, why can't city employees explain why artificial turf is bad? When the city cited me in October, the code enforcement agent told me, fake grass is a hot button issue. My boss said, if anybody has questions, just call the Office of Sustainable Development. When I called the Office of Sustainable Development, an employee there told me, it doesn't matter why the city made this decision. All you need to know is that they made the decision and you need to comply. This unhelpful comment is akin to getting pulled over by a police officer and hearing, it doesn't matter why I pulled you over. All you have to know is that you broke the law. If natural turf is so important to the city, why is it worth 0 points in the landscape points table in the Code of Ordinance? A single shrub is worth 2 points. If natural turf is so important to the city, why is the city allowing the Bohemian and the municipal swimming pool area to use artificial turf? Why are developers getting a break while the residents are getting cited? I applaud the city for working to make Lake Worth Beach more sustainable. When I called them, the Office of Sustainable Development suggested I install Zoysia or Bahia sod. Unfortunately, both of these are poor options for many homeowners in our town. Zoysia does not tolerate heavy foot traffic, meaning it's not appropriate for play. Further, Zoysia has poor shade tolerance and is highly aggressive, often called an invasive species. Wait until your neighbors see what you're installing. Bahia does not have good tolerance for shade, foot traffic, or salty air. It is coarse and provides less cushioning for recreational activities than other species. At a minimum, I asked the city to grandfather in residents who can prove they installed artificial turf before 2020. Ideally, however, the city will go beyond this. They will stop reinforcing this code and form a task force to discuss a community favored path forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Fisher?
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I didn't know who was the best person to deal with FDOT on this issue, but I have noticed that along Dixie Highway at all of our major intersections, the no turn, whether it's no right turn, no left turn signs are extremely faded. So bad that you don't really notice them. I almost hit someone turning in front of me at 10th Avenue. They were coming westbound. I was going eastbound. And they probably couldn't see the sign. It's so faded. I think all the signs need to be looked at. And since it's FDOT, I didn't think calling the city was necessarily the right thing. I have seen a lot of the comments online about turf and everything else. I think there's a bigger problem, and that is code compliance. You have one district officer going and dealing with turf, and another district officer going and dealing with something else. Code compliance needs to be uniform across all our districts in the city. If you can't have all your hurricane shutters up because it's a safety issue for egress, then deal with that across the whole city. Don't put it in one district and then have another district ignore it. If parking on front lawns is against ordinances, then deal with that across the city. But this thing that's happening of addressing turf, whatever it may be, in one district by one officer, and then another officer in another code compliance district addresses something else, just riles everybody up because there's no consistency. I think if we could get on one page with our code compliance and have our officers all address a certain list of codes and not pick on one thing or not say, go down A Street and cite anything you see. That happened to me several years ago. And that's not useful for the city. Driving down North 2nd Avenue North between D and E are 3 mattresses, an ottoman, a sofa, all dumped on the roadway. Those are the things we need code dealing with. I saw a picture with someone who has right at their back property line, garbage, needles, all sorts of things south of downtown. And they only get compliance because they're constantly calling code or the sheriff's office to get help. We shouldn't have to do that. We have a code compliance office that should be serving us and making our city better, not penalizing citizens who are trying to make their homes and their properties look good.
Thank you. Tina Cero? Hi.
Hello. Thank you. My address is 1606 North Ocean Breeze. I'm a native of Lake Worth, very proud to be. My father built the home that I was raised in, Lakeside Drive. He was a union carpenter in the 80s. So I've always been a true advocate for this town, and I've always believed in it. So I'm here today to talk about code enforcement issues like the previous citizens. So in late October, I received a code violation for a small section of artificial turf in my backyard. I chose to use this turf in a very small section under a huge sea grape tree, which is a native, beautiful sea grape tree, because sod just wouldn't grow. So I thought about it and I looked at a lot of different, materials, and that was the most sustainable thing that I found. My yard has multiple mature native trees, the majority of grass growing in the backyard, lots of flowering bushes and plants for butterflies and bees. And I even reuse rainwater to water my plants. So as you can see, I am happy that there's environmental regulations, and I do care about the environment deeply myself. But I feel like the execution has been very haphazard and not clear with us. And that is the main issue. So let's see. I also like to note that the citizens who are trying to upgrade their landscape and add property value and beauty to the neighborhood should not be targeted. And unfortunately, it seems some of the nicest, best maintained properties are in fact targeted most. I also would like a transparent and understandable description of the landscaping code ordinances for all of Lake Worth citizens. As it's read today, it is very confusing. There seems to be a point system in place. Please make this transparent for the citizens so we can understand how that works. I suggest if the turf is done in a responsible way and a resident has lots of points of native trees, etc., then it should be allowed. Also, I feel is unethical if the city allows big developers. If that actually went through, I'm not sure, Bohemian Dog Park, and then they don't allow citizens. That just isn't fair. We need equal and fair treatment with code enforcement. There cannot be a bias. I would love the resources to be put into our wonderful, vibrant town in more important ways, like making the crime rate go down and finally wipe out, which is maybe it is, but there's still a stigma about Lake Worth when I talk to people, and I am always an advocate of it, of course. So I feel like it's just not a good way to use our resources at all. And I would like more transparency. I respectfully ask the city to reconsider their stance on artificial turf ordinance. Surely we can be transparent and make this make sense for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to make a comment. I was going to make it a little later when we get to this, but I am going to stick my neck out. From my understanding, there's zero support for plastic lawns, turf lawns. Okay? But I do think that since we have given some exceptions, that we should take a look at a limited use, some sort of, smaller sections. Somebody called me, they've got a 10 by 10 section in their backyard. So I'm not for tonight, but I just want to say that, and I've gotten a lot of communications from a lot of different people, that I would like to, again, I'm not proposing that we should allow artificial turf, and it's a longer discussion this, but I would like to have us consider maybe at a workshop or at some point to talk about limited use by the way, the Bohemian had to take their turf up. They weren't, because they didn't get permission. And the whole thing about being listed as part of the city pool was just like, let's just say an oversight. So, but I would like to suggest that we do sort of take a look at a limited use for very specific, perhaps having to get a permit so that it's approved. And there is no city from us up here movement about this. This I think someone, and I don't know who, is really going around and making complaints. We're not looking for, once the complaint is made, we need to address it. I think that's what's happening. We don't have a program to eliminate it. So we are going to, hopefully we'll have a pre-agenda meeting. Let's talk about it at the pre-agenda meeting next week. Okay, thank you. Last but not least, Todd Velez.
Madam Mayor, I have 4 comments, just so you know.
Oh, sure. Good.
Hello. Todd Velez at 530 North G. I'm going to mention January, the fireworks that went on for 20 minutes plus another 10 minutes, all up and down south, some from south. It was crazy. It almost seemed planned. I think it was planned. It was exciting. And
festive.
Very festive. The code thing, I've witnessed a few things in the last few weeks. B Street Park South had become sort of a science project, and hopefully it looks like you're going to spend a lot of money to revamp it. They have put the bench back into place. Unfortunately, the salt box, which is the only one in county that you have, we tore it down. That house was the wooden salt box, which was next to Royal Poinciana Park. It's a wooden 2-story building. They took that down. So, yes, but that's the style of it, and that went down. My stomach didn't jump, but I kind of knew the writing was on the wall. But we didn't make an effort to move it or offer to the public.
Privately owned.
True, but it could have been offered, that we had options. But that house was much older than it was because it was moved there. I've talked to people who are associated with the church that used to live across the street, and those homes were added later. Their home was another building there. Anywho, we lost something. When they were arresting or moving kids from the park, I wasn't too impressed with the way the police handled it. They couldn't figure out where the kids were. They have cameras. I hope that you guys know if those cameras work. There's cameras up on the poles that
The kids, yeah.
the kids skip school at that park.
Oh.
And I could go into much deeper, but I've seen ways that they could improve it. And looks like they're going to spend much more money than you did buying the park and refurbishing it. Now you got to refurbish it. The fun part is anniversary plus 10. I think this may happen. We're in January, so the summer's coming. That seems to be the chosen date. Unfinished business. In Northwood, the CR board member or the head of it was Joan Barlow, which was a neighbor of mine when I lived in West Palm. She came up with the concept with the Saturn car being lottery off, you could buy tickets. And one of the concepts was to have a second and third. It was just the first place. The second place was a used car, and the third place was a down payment for a car. So any of the dealerships, I mean, Wayneacres has a strong history with Lake Worth. Just as any other dealership, perhaps it should be approached about having just to raise funds. The car is donated, and the money goes to the Centennial plus 10. That's just one of the concepts. And the beachfront clock, which
Thank you, that's time.
I have, you know how I feel about that beachfront clock?
we'll see it.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now we are at,
Madam Mayor, I still have 4 comments to read.
sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
Okay, the first is Brian Luongo, 1327 North Palmway. While I applaud Lake Worth Beach's desire to become a more sustainable and environmentally friendly city, I must object to the recent measures to prohibit the use of artificial turf. Given the dire water concerns throughout the country and the deadly algae blooms Florida experiences year after year, I would think the city would be open to a multi-pronged approach, which should definitely include limited use of artificial turf as part of the solution. Artificial turf certainly meets sustainability requirements on many levels. Reduction of gas emissions from mowers. EPA estimates 5% of greenhouse gas emissions come from this source. Elimination of pesticide use, elimination of fertilizer use, drastic reduction of potable water use, and site erosion control, just to name a few. The concerns of chemical leaching comes from the recycled tire rubber infill used. New artificial turf installations can use sand as an alternative infill material, which eliminates this concern. I was recently served notice in December 2022 of a code violation for an artificial turf installation, which occurred in 2016. Code enforcement has yet to provide where this was a violation at the time of installation. In fact, until the December 6, 2022 meeting, artificial turf was specifically listed as permissible in some sections of the code. It seems this past month, the city code enforcement has targeted such prior installations without regard to when the installation occurred. If the city commission feels artificial turf should no longer be allowed and cannot be persuaded to allow small installations, then I urge the commission to grandfather in any existing installations. Forcing residents to spend several $1,000s to remove existing installations and comply with new landscaping regulations is absurd. Next is Wes Blackman, 241 Columbia Drive. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. These comments concern what is a continuing code compliance crisis related to the city's rules, regulations, and policy towards not allowing artificial turf. I will not dive into the merits or downfalls related to the use of artificial turf and its potential environmental impact. However, one wonders whether a regularly irrigated yard planted with St. Augustine grass and receiving regular doses of herbicides and pesticides is a better choice than a material that requires neither. My message here tonight is that if you are true to your desire to ban the use of artificial turf in the city, that you use all the means at your disposal to communicate that to the property owners, residents, and businesses within the city. Put this out on the website in utility bill inserts, press releases, and the city's YouTube channel. By not fully notifying and explaining this ban to the public, there are more and more code compliance resulting from people installing expensive artificial turf in their yards only to be told after the fact that it is not allowed and then cited by a code compliance officer. I'm asking that the city be proactive and work with home and garden stores, landscape companies, and make sure they know artificial turf cannot be used in the city. Go the extra mile. Right now, we have a situation where the city is like a spider in a web, waiting for the next person to run afoul of the ban. That ban is also not clearly enunciated in the land development regulations. It only arises since the landscaping code calls for living ground cover, but doesn't explicitly prohibit artificial turf. I understand it is that way since the land development regulations are constructed to be inclusionary in that what is permitted is specifically stated. That is something that an urban planner can understand, but not necessarily understood by the general public. That's why we are having a crush of code compliance cases related to this item. It also doesn't help that the code is selectively enforced, as there are all sorts of lawns with no ground cover, living or otherwise. Many times violators of the ban are identified by neighbors who take it upon themselves to identify artificial turf lawns. Again, to prevent unpleasant surprises, please do all you can to notify the public so that property owners do not waste money and time installing something that must eventually be removed. Thank you. Next is Thomas Lemaire, 216 Wellesley Drive. First, I'd like to say I appreciate Lake Worth Beach's commission and the work they are doing to make Lake Worth a great place to live each day. However, I must object to the measures to prohibit the use of artificial turf. The code does not say anywhere that artificial turf is not allowed. The code also says that if I abandon my house, then artificial turf can stay. I'll also repeat what others have spoken about with the dire water constraints. Saving water because artificial turf does not need to be watered is a huge bonus. Also, the fact that chemicals do not need to be sprayed all over the place by landscapers to get rid of bugs or other concerns outdoors is a huge win as well. For me, my turf is my pool decking. When I had my pool inspected, the turf was fine. I'm not suggesting that the whole town be covered in artificial turf. However, if local residents want to use it in their backyards to save on their own water bill and just water in general, it's a huge plus for the resident and the town for the reasons I gave above. Artificial turf certainly meets sustainability requirements on many levels. It's a huge upgrade over the minimum requirements that are listed in the code, such as mulch, which is not live ground cover as well, but is allowed. Residents having to rip up their entire backyard and then get a survey and then get new pool decking and then landscape cover that will be a guessing game because there's no approved list of ground cover in the code, and a code that doesn't say anything about artificial turf not being allowed seems absurd to me. Who has money like that to rip up their entire backyard because of a code with ambiguous and subjective language? I certainly don't. People buy these houses to live in paradise and live how they want to live. Artificial turf is a perfect ground cover for outdoor living. I agree with some of the other comments where I would urge the commission to allow for artificial turf in certain areas of a residence to include the backyard. Again, I'm not suggesting everyone's yards be covered fully in artificial turf front and back and sides, because that is also absurd. There has to be a common ground here, and I'm not even sure why artificial turf is not allowed to begin with. And the only answer I've ever heard is because it's in the code, which it isn't. I don't think residents ask for much. We pay our utility bills, which are getting higher and higher. We pay the property taxes. And I, for one, along with others that I know of, contribute a great deal to this community. All we want to do is keep our turf. I appreciate you hearing my comments, and Happy New Year. The last comment is from Jill Carlin, 2381 Sunset Avenue. Please reject and reverse the November 8th decision by the CRA board to demolish 8 contributing or non-contributing structures on South L, South K, and First Avenue South. Preserve our brand, 20th century South Florida beach vernacular architecture. We can do so much better in Lake Worth Beach to preserve our adorable 20th century South Florida beach vernacular architecture. Let's move forward in sustainability instead of demolition of our most precious resources, our adorable style. Thanks for your ear and time. Please take heed. Your grandchildren will be grateful for your stewardship. That's all the comments I have for public participation, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, Mike, briefly, you mentioned something about.
Briefly, yeah.
Just, I've heard a lot in the comments that the alternative that people seem to have in mind is either artificial turf or sod grass. And that is unfortunately a misconception. That is not the intention of the landscape ordinance. I agree with the suggestions that we need to do better at pushing information out from the city. What are other options? I think we as a commission might want to look at some point at the concept of inclusionary code. It seems to cause a good deal of consternation for people, but it is sort of on us to figure out, on residents to figure out what is allowed, what isn't allowed. But we may want to look at that as a community. We want to be more explicit and clear so people can understand.
Okay, thank you. All right, now. Approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Now we're going into unfinished business A, which is the redistricting. And I'm going to turn it back over to the FAU folks. Folks, if you bring blue cards up, just give them to me and save Carmen having to get up each time. It's fine. This is trying to keep my piles here. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for having us back. Good evening, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be back. My name is James Gamma Clark. I'm with the Department of Geosciences at Florida Atlantic University, and I'm here this evening to discuss the City Commission redistricting alternatives that we've created for you. Let's see if we can move this forward. Oh, there we go. Our agenda for this evening, I will briefly review our redistricting team. We'll then talk about the city charter as it pertains to the redistricting process. We'll then review.
I think we've kind of gone over that. I think we want to cut to the.
I can move it along. That'd be fine with me. I'll just mention.
Object to that? I mean, we've heard the process.
No. I was trying to be considerate to people who may not have heard it, but I'm happy to move forward. I will just mention one of our team members, Michael Stam, is here this evening, joining me. So let's move along to the meat of the process. As you know, we were here in September when we presented our initial report on Part A, which presented an analysis of your current districts and the population projections that we had done. After that, we had a a report that we presented to you in September of 2022, where we presented our initial alternatives to you. We followed that up with 2 meetings with the public where we sought feedback. And then in November, we got further feedback from the commission and some instructions on how to move forward. And of course, that brings us to this evening where hopefully we'll be able to present, not only the new alternatives that we created for you, but we hope that perhaps you'll be able to select one of those map alternatives and move on to adoption by ordinance. So again, I'm going to move on at your request. I will just note briefly that based upon our 2024 projection, we estimate that by February of 2024, the city's population will be 46,177. If we divide that number by 4, that gives us a magic number of 11,544. So this means that ideally, as we're going through the redistricting process, each of the 4 cities would be as close to that number as we possibly can. There's always going to be some variance, as we see in the different alternatives, but that's the magic number that we're working towards. What we do find is that the city's present statistics, as we look at your population equity, is extremely out of balance. It has a total deviation of 150.21% as we project out to 2024, February 2024, that is. The spread, which is the difference between the largest district and the smallest district, will be 90.65%. And of course, this far exceeds the 10% maximum overall deviation that's permissible across your 4 districts. So we'll get to the meat of the conversation where we actually discuss the alternatives that we're presenting this evening. But first, let me again emphasize the redistricting criteria that we've used in this process. Our first criterion, our first goal is to achieve reasonable population equality across the districts. Again, this has to fall below the maximum 10% overall deviation threshold. We also seek to adhere to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which states that arbitrary dilution of minority population classes and other discriminatory practices are prohibited. We also seek geographic contiguity, which means that we follow major natural and man-made boundaries where possible. We seek to maintain respect for the integrity of community of interest. And where possible, we seek to minimize the degree of change in pre-existing patterns of your election districts. That said, population equity is of primary importance, while the other factors that I just mentioned are significant in guiding our decisions towards reaching population equity. Initially, we prepared 4 alternatives for your consideration. These were brought to the commission and to the public to receive feedback. This was a conversation starter, if you will. At the November 1st meeting, alternatives 1 and 4 were voted on and officially removed from consideration. Also at that meeting, we were asked to create a new option. We were also asked to evaluate an option that was presented to us, to the commission by a member of the public. As we mentioned at that time, that particular option did not meet the deviation threshold. However, we also indicated that we could make a small tweak to that alternative such that it would fall within population parameters. And so we have presented that in this report as a modified public proposal. We have also presented in this report Alternative 5, which takes into consideration both the feedback of the public and the commission. So again, if we go back to that criteria a moment ago, we said that one of the criteria was to try to maintain the existing configuration of your districts as much as possible. Alternative 2 attempts to do that. It maintains somewhat at least the 4 quarters arrangement of the existing districts. So in this case, 4 districts no longer meet at a common intersection. The north-south border remains Lake Worth Road under this alternative, where District 1 expands north, west of I-95, south of 7th Avenue North. The east-west border between Districts 2 and 3 moves west the FEC Railway, and between Districts 1 and 4, the east-west boundary moves west to South E Street. Here we see District 2 zoomed into the northern half of the city, Alternative 2 zoomed into the northern half of the city, and here we see the southern half. Again, for the sake of brevity, I'm only going to state that this map here shows all the changes that are made to the districts under alternative 2, according to the red hatching.
This is, these one of the proposals though that split up the District 1, Osborne, Whispering Palms community. So
Correct.
I thought we said pretty much that's not an option.
Well, as I recall from the last meeting, some of the commissioners said they still wanted to consider it, and so it wasn't voted against. I was told to leave it in, so we've left it in.
Oh,
Okay. We do note that there are 8 neighborhood associations that are split under this particular alternative. The overall deviation is much improved under alternative 2. The total deviation falls from 150.21% to 11.27%, and the mean deviation falls to 2.82%. It's worth noting that this is the highest, even though it's still acceptable, it's the highest mean deviation of the alternatives presented this evening. The spread, meanwhile, falls to 8.28%, again, which is the highest of the 4 alternatives presented this evening. Alternative 3 is a variant of alternative 2. It creates a more compact and balanced District 1 while leaving District 4 unchanged from alternative 2. The north-south border remains Lake Worth Road, except where District 1 expands north to 3rd Avenue North, east of I-95. To improve population equity, however, between Districts 2 and 3, several jogs are introduced to the east-west border, from Dixie Highway to the FEC Railway south of Worthmore Drive, and then to E Street south of 7th Avenue North. Between Districts 1 and 4, the east-west boundary moves west to South E Street. Again, here we see alternative 3 zoomed into the northern half of the city, and here the southern half of the city. Again, for the sake of brevity, I'm going to skip over this text, but I'll just note that the areas of change from the existing districts to that of alternative 3 are indicated with the red hatching here. Under this particular alternative, 7 neighborhood associations are split. Here we find again that the population equity is much improved. The total deviation falls down to 2.62%, and the mean deviation falls to 0.66%. It's worth noting that of the 4 alternatives presented this evening, this is the lowest of the 4. Similarly, the spread falls to just 1.72%, which is again the lowest of the 4 alternatives presented this evening. This brings us to alternative 5. Alternative 5 was specifically created in response to feedback that we received from the public and from the commission. The eastern border of District 1 follows South A Street, then 4th Avenue South to the FEC Railway, and then it follows the railway south and east to the municipal border. District 4's northern boundary follows Lucerne Avenue east to North Federal Highway, and then jogs north at 7th Avenue North, and then east of the municipal boundary. District 3 grows by obtaining the area north of Lucerne Avenue, east of North A Street, and south of 10th Avenue North. Here we see the northern half of the city under alternative 5, and here we see the southern half of the city under alternative 5. Again, for the sake of brevity, I'll skip over this text, but just note in particular that, again, the change from the existing districts are indicated on this map by the red hatching. Under this particular alternative, only 4 neighborhood associations are split by these new district lines. The overall deviation is much improved under alternative 5. The total deviation falls to 7.44%, while the mean deviation falls to 1.86%, and the spread falls to just 4.56%. As I mentioned before, we previously received from the public a suggested map, a public proposal. However, it did not meet the standard deviation thresholds. That said, we were able to make a very small adjustment where we moved the common boundary between District 2 and District 4 under the public proposal from A Street over a couple of blocks to the east to C Street. And so by doing that, we were able to bring the spread within deviation, within acceptable deviation. This one, however, unlike the previous 3 alternatives, does deviate from the 4 quadrants pattern of the existing districts. Districts 1 and 3 are very compact under this public proposal, or modified public proposal, I should say. However, this does come at the expense of District 2, which takes on a more elongated and somewhat contorted form. Here we see the northern half of the city under this modified public proposal. And here we see the southern half of the city under this modified public proposal. Again, for brevity, I'll not read out all of this text. Again, I will notice that the change from the existing districts is indicated by the red hatching on this particular map. Under this proposal, 5 neighborhood associations are split. And this brings us to a discussion of the statistics for this modified public proposal, where the total deviation falls to 4.24%, the mean deviation to just 1.06%, and the spread falls to 3.39%. So to summarize, all of the alternatives dramatically improve population equity. Alternative 2 attempts to maintain the existing 4-quadrant configuration. Alternative 3 is the most balanced of the options presented this evening. Alternative 5 incorporates comments received during public meetings from both the public and the commission. And it's also worth noting here that this is the only alternative presented this evening that does not place 2 commissioners into 1 district. I just would like to note there, this is something that came up from the very beginning of our discussions, where we discussed the extreme deviation that existed between the districts, and the commissioners expressed some concern about, what would happen as we try to achieve population equity. And we discussed the idea that some of the alternatives would certainly seek to keep all the commissioners in their districts, while some others may just let the chips fall where they may, and it would be up for the commission to vote on those. Obviously, alternatives 1 and 4 were rejected. Those 2 alternatives did keep all the commissions in their existing districts. Here, alternative 5 again achieves that particular goal. Finally, the modified public proposal modifies, as it suggests, the publicly submitted map to meet the population criteria that we outlined below. And with that, I will be very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
5. They're not numbered in our book, so I don't, when you refer to the different numbers, I'm not really sure.
Here you see option 5 on your list.
And then there's the alternative. Okay. So those are the 2 that do not disrupt where people live, where the commissioners live, correct?
Incorrect. Only one of the options presented this evening does not place 2 commissioners into a single district. That's alternative 5.
5? That's correct. So that one does not displace anybody, but the other one would displace number 2.
Yes. So definitely the modified public proposal is a more radical approach to redistricting. It definitely, moves more from the existing configuration. And so not surprisingly, that will result in placing 2 commissioners into 1 district.
Let's have some feedback. I see Commissioner Lights.
Do you want to take public comment first, and then I just was I thought that the last time you were here, we discussed you bringing back maps, us narrowing it down to 2, and then going back out for public comment.
Oh,
That's not, that's the full intention of the last conversation we had, was then having 1 more public input on the maps that we narrowed it down to. I do know that on December 6th, I sent the maps that were out and this date to the NAPC and to every neighborhood association. Personally, I did that to everybody, when they first came out on the city's website with tonight's date. I'm surprised we don't see more interaction. And I'm afraid that because of the holidays and people not really paying attention. I mean, we don't have to make this decision today, and this is just my opinion, take it for what it is. I really feel that we as a commission should narrow it down to 2 and then hear from the public and make a decision based off of what we hear from the public. That's just my opinion. I just thought there'd be a lot more input than what we've had.
We've had 2 public meetings. I mean,
But that was before we brought up these maps. That was before these 2 maps were presented.
okay.
I really thought that was staff, that was our direction from the last meeting we had. Was it, am I incorrect?
No.
if I can say, I think from the last meeting, there was going to be the presentation of the generated maps based on the public comment at our work forums, community forums. And at the time, these maps were going to be presented to you and you all can make a decision on how do you proceed. So I think, but there was some discussion of possibly deciding on a couple of maps to narrow down. And then from there, you make a decision if you want to take it to public or make a final decision on which map will go into an ordinance. But certainly, it's certainly the discretion of the commission, how you like to proceed.
Commissioner McBoyd? President?
Yeah, could you, I know that we asked to speed up your presentation, but could you focus in on the criteria part and maybe even bring up that slide? Because I'm very concerned about the legalities of making sure that we don't run afoul. And I will say that part of the reason I raised that is
We have a,
Miami is in a lawsuit, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah. And my understanding of those criteria, and I don't say that our situation is at all comparable. I think their process was quite different. Ours, I think, parochialism aside, I think ours is much better, thanks to expertise and experience. Nevertheless, some of the things I read in that article caused me concern that the impression I've gotten is this is a little bit trickier than people might think of how not to run afoul of the various constraints. So if you could bring that part up again. Some of it is clear, and I wince a little bit when you use the term population equity. I know what you mean. You mean that each of the districts has the same number of, or close to the same number of population in it. I think equity has bigger understandings that aren't really part of the legal formula.
yes, we're seeking population balance, right? So we need to make sure that each of your districts doesn't vary from the average too much. And specifically, the threshold by which is standard to evaluate that is that 10% number that we mentioned before. And it's particularly that number that causes to, say that, hey, this map that was presented by the public, while it did dramatically reduce the total deviation that was seen between the four districts, it didn't do so enough. And so the spread under that was too high. And so, again, we just made a small tweak, almost insignificant tweak in terms of the general idea of the map, but it was enough of a tweak to make that population parameter acceptable. And so again, here you see.
Excuse me a minute. Is Anthony in the chamber? We need to share this, please.
Anthony's in the chamber.
Can you please share the screen again? Thank you. And also Commissioner Stokes has her hand raised, just so you know, Mayor.
We can't see her at all, so thank you.
I know, that's why I'm popping in.
The equity, within the 10% in terms of population, I think that one is pretty unambiguous. There's probably some degree still of confusion. Is it equity of voters or is it equity of population? And the law is very clear, if I understand, it's population, any age, people.
That's correct, Commissioner. Thank you, Anthony. I don't know if you can, the remote is not responding, so maybe you can reverse back to the redistricting criteria slide. Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner McBoyd, for bringing that up. The law is very clear. It's about people. It's about representation. It's not about voting. So, a child was born yesterday deserves your representation. It doesn't matter if they can vote or not. And so that is also true for any person under any particular condition. So yes, it's absolutely about people, not voters.
And then it gets a little trickier. At least the part that seems to me not obvious how you thread the legal needle, respect for communities of interest versus what I see the ACLU doing in Miami is accusing of splitting the voting map along racial lines. So you want to keep communities together, but you don't want to draw it along racial lines. How do you spread that and make sure that we're meeting all of the legal criteria?
But didn't we do that when we worked very hard to keep that district together? We're not splitting them.
Correct. Let me answer.
To me, there's some great.
Let me answer. Okay, so,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, this is a question for an attorney. I'm not an attorney. Okay. What's important is that, as we note here, we strictly adhere to Section 2 of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which states that arbitrary, and of course, that's a very loaded word. How do you define arbitrary? Arbitrary dilution of minority population classes and other discriminatory practice are prohibited. So obviously, for example, and that's not the case in this situation, but if, and it's certainly been the case in some of the other cities that we've done redistricting for, if it was that you had a commission district that was a majority minority population, it would be illegal for us, that we would be very concerned legally for us to go in and take that district and split it up so that it was no longer a majority minority population. That's not the case here. What we do find, I can refer to the back of the folder that I presented to you. We have an appendix that shows the demographic breakdown of the existing districts and the various alternatives that we presented for you. And in the case of District 1, we see that the African American or Black population is presently under the existing configuration 25.11%. Alternative 2, that percentage falls to just 23.66%, so about a point and a half. Under Alternative 3, that falls to 21.73%. Under Alternative 5, it raises, it goes up to 27.34%. And under the modified public proposal, it also raises again further to 29.72%. So the question is, are we arbitrarily diluting the population? I would say absolutely not. The problem, of course, is that given the dramatic population imbalance that we see in the districts, and the idea that the districts have Districts 3 and 4 have to expand to the west, it's very unlikely that we can have such dramatic expansion without impacting some population groups. But what would be illegal for us is for us to maliciously go in and dilute the voting power of any particular minority group. And we do not believe that we have done that in this case. And in fact, in the last two alternatives, you can see that it clearly is the opposite case. Now, we had some public feedback at one of the public meetings I was attending, where one of the citizens of one of the residents of the city pointed out the idea that when it comes to redistricting, which has a well-earned bad name because there are political actors that use redistricting for political advantage of certain groups, which is of course why you've hired the university as an independent body to come in and do this for you, provide a layer of insulation between city staff and the results of this analysis so that we can do it impartially and we don't do it in a malicious manner. We believe we've done that. But the point of this particular resident was, hey, hacking, which is a term that's used in redistricting, can have a negative impact upon a minority population. Yes, if you congregate a minority population into one single district, yes, it can increase the power of their voice in that particular district. And it might help ensure that a member of their community might get voted onto the commission, which is oftentimes seen as a good thing. But on the flip side, it can diminish their voice in the other districts. And so you have a situation where when you have 5 members on the commission, you've got potentially 4-to-1 voting against that minority district. So the resident was suggesting that it might be advantageous to not have all the residents into one voting block, but at the end of the day, that's a decision that the commission has to make. I hope that answers your question.
It helps.
What's your concern?
Well, my concern is the civil, the ACLU case in, I guess it's the city of Miami, accused him of splitting the voting map along racial lines. And we are consciously considering alternatives based on location of a particular community. But that strikes me, I'm not an attorney, I'm a soil scientist, what do I know? But it would raise some flag for me a little bit of, are we putting ourselves in an illegal risk?
So just well, just as a caveat, let's point out that, again, the modified public proposal isn't our proposal. It's a public proposal. We've made a tweak to it. So if there's a concern about, packing in that particular case, we're not advocating for the modified public proposal. It's not our suggestion. We've just responded to a direction from the commission.
Proposal 5 does the same thing. I mean, I think clearly one of the criteria is to maintain ethnic and underserved communities as a right. I mean, not to and not to dilute them. So I don't know why we have any concerns.
The law doesn't state that you can't dilute.
Right, but it has to be.
It can be done maliciously to purposefully diminish the power of that particular group.
Right, and I think our citizens have spoke loud and clear that community is historic and intact and has a history, and that it should not be split up. So I really, with all due respect, have to say, what's the problem?
Mayor.
Right. Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Stokes? Madam Clerk, can we get Commissioner?
I'm here. My hand was raised earlier because I wanted to agree with, I just wanted to agree with Commissioner Malega that I don't feel prepared to vote on a final decision tonight. I'm happy to narrow it down. And then get a last push out into getting public information. I do think the holidays really messed with the timing of this. So I agree with Commissioner Malega that we should narrow down tonight and then put it back out. I have other comments, but I'll let this conversation continue before bringing those up.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
My name is Mike Stam. I'm one of the members of the team. I'm with the FAU team. I also work for a municipality, and we went through this redistricting process ourselves. I work for the city of Pembroke Pines. I was part of the redistricting effort for Palm Beach County back in 2000, and there was a minority majority district. At the time it was Commissioner Green that paralleled the 95 corridor. And it was created then to ensure that a minority population, a representation from a minority population had the ability to run, because they had tried to split the district up into a couple different pieces, i.e. the lawsuit. Now, it's interesting, when we're doing redistricting, we're focusing on census data. Census data doesn't identify Caribbean communities and other communities that may be prevalent in your community. We're limited in terms of what we can look at.
Sure.
But there's one community of interest that really needs to be brought up. And if you look at our summary slide, it's the neighborhoods. That could be deemed a community of interest. Although it may be different races and different populations, those communities themselves and those associations could also be deemed a community of interest. So if you look at the summary slide where we talk about how many neighborhoods were split in each of these items, I think based on public comment and based on the approach, we were able to look at that in each one of these options. We talk about how many communities were split up. So it's just something else. And again, I wanted to make sure it was mentioned because, Commissioner McAvoy, you're talking about, this lawsuit in Miami, but I think our team took a much different approach when it came to that. And further, I might add, when you use a university, we're apolitical. In fact, Broward County actually passed a charter amendment to utilize universities to take it out of staff's hands where it may seem like a political process. It was really an academic process. And so, number one, I'm going to applaud you as though I'm a consultant on this, but it really takes that effort away from you. And I think that really needs to be, sung from the rooftops in a sense, because we don't have an agenda.
Right.
We're looking at a math problem. And the math problem that we're looking at is census data as well as neighborhood information. And again, if you look at the options in that summary slide where we talk about how many neighborhoods were split, we did our best to try to reduce the amount of neighborhoods. I'm going to advance to that real quick. It's right at the end of your. Yeah, and I'm gonna go forward to there real quick.
But the neighborhood associations aren't strictly a political subdivision.
Of course not.
And the fact that they'll have, instead of having one commissioner, they'll have two commissioners. And they're pretty, I mean, in this city, they're pretty active, most of them are pretty active. So I don't know that that's.
It could be looked at that way though, correct? You know, some may be stronger than others, some may be more active than others. But on that summary slide, if I go to all of our animation,
Right.
yeah, that's exactly where I was going with it. Again, it was something that, we talked about and we showed a slide on every one of these to talk about the communities that weren't split. For instance, on this particular option, option 5. One more time.
Yeah, they're not numbered in our book, so.
It kind of jumps, I apologize. Here we go. This is the neighborhoods. So this particular option, 4 neighborhoods were, we'll call split. But one of those neighborhoods, right there in the middle is split by the FEC Railway. So
it's a natural.
there's a natural boundary that kind of goes through that neighborhood, so in itself, it may be kind of split. So again, I just wanted to make sure I brought that to the attention and kind of reiterated that thought process. I know the commissioner was thinking about those communities of interest, and this could be another avenue that you're looking at when thinking about those items. Thank you, ma'am.
But having said that, those 4, if we go with alternative 5 eventually, those 4 will be affected, but not on an arbitrary, malicious.
Correct.
Suspicious.
Absolutely. I mean, again, we're
To be the way, we
Well,
have everything.
it's the geography. The FEC Railway is a very clearly identifiable boundary.
And option 5 keeps Commissioner McBoy in his district, I believe.
Option 5 is the one option that does not put 2 commissioners in the same district.
Okay.
One more time, get to the summary for you.
Okay, so where are we, commissioners?
I have another.
Folks have their hand raised.
Okay, Kim, I'm sorry, Kim, you're not up on the
I know.
screen.
It's
So-
okay. I had another question about, when we talk about the historic district that we're all very sensitive to, can somebody confirm what the boundaries of the historic portion of that district is? Because I don't know if I'm confusing. The historic district, is that the same as the neighborhood association? I don't believe it is. So like when we talk about the actual boundaries of the historic portion, are we all on the same page as to what that means?
Sure.
So, and I have people in the audience that I'm sure will correct me if I'm inaccurate. 12th Avenue South to the southern border of Lantana, and South 8th Street all the way to Dixie Highway would be Osborne Community.
Right, but she's talking about we were divided into the CRA, I think, you have the signs.
No, but she was asking about the historical, that would be the
That's still-
historical Osborne Community.
No, I understand that, but there are signs in the city, the downtown historic, there's, and I think the CRA came up with them. There's a few of them that are not neighborhood associations. They're not, they're just deemed historic districts.
More of a branding.
Yeah, and if you live in a historic district and your house is contributing, you have to go through a lot more steps to do anything to it. So well,
I was specifically talking about the historic Osborne community, the one that we're trying to
Right.
keep intact. So it doesn't go to past 6th Avenue, it doesn't go down to 4th, it doesn't go to Lake, it does end at 12th. And it extends east to, or west to, you said A Street? All right,
Yeah.
thank you. I just wanted to understand that as we're having these conversations. Thank you.
And that's number 5 that we're talking about. Oh, the MVP, the modified. Okay. And the MVP does get Commissioner McBoy out of his. I'm quite sure. You're almost.
I would like to add at this moment, though, as we're talking about it, that I do have concerns with the modified public proposal because I really think it's in the best interest of the city to stay with the 4 as much as we can with the 4 quadrant approach. And I'm very worried about any kind of vertical stratification. If we said we were going to take, the entire east side of the town and and make it a district, and now all of the waterfront properties are all in its own district, I would have a lot of concerns about that. So I think the best way to get fair representation, to get all the districts working together, so we don't end up in that 4-1 situation, is to have fairly balanced districts, which I think the quadrant approach does better than trying to do any kind of vertical.
Be number 5.
The modified public proposal is the District 2 becomes very vertical.
No, I understand, but I'm saying, looking at the map, the one that you're talking about, which does not eliminate Commissioner McVoy out of his district and is pretty quadranty with one exception, would be the one that encloses, encapsulates the historic district, the Osborne Historic District, keeps it pretty quad, doesn't, and I, radically do that north-south thing. So it seems like 5 sort of serves that purpose.
Between these two, I would narrow it down to number 5 over, but I also have concerns with number 5 because I know that this is our first time as a city where we're setting the stage for how we're going to go about redistricting. And this isn't going to be probably the last time the city of Lake Worth Beach has to go through this exercise as we grow and evolve over the next decades. And I just worry if we are setting ourselves up in a situation for option 5 to say, if District 4 needs to pick up more residents, we've cut ourselves off from expanding west. We've already started expanding north into Parrot Cove. Let's just keep going north. Like, is there a future commission that's going to expand and we end up with a district that's vertical? Like, I just want to be I'm thinking about the immediate now, and I also want to think about what could be the precedents that we're setting for the future, as this will become an issue where there's no way that the city is going to live forever without having to redistrict again.
Well, no, there's every 10
every
years
10
based off
years.
the census.
Right.
Well,
Right.
if we do it in 10 years and we find that we're still within that threshold, we don't have to do this, right? We'll revisit it, but at some point, we're very likely to go beyond that threshold in some way and have to take this on again. And it's not going to probably be us, because we are looking toward the future of our population growth to protect us against that, so we don't have to do this again in 6 years. But in 16, we might. And I would want us to paint ourselves into a corner in 16 years where we say, oh, District 4 is still lacking people. Let's just keep pushing north along the eastern coast. I think
Well,
that would not be beneficial for the city.
Well, it wouldn't be 16, it'd be 20 years. And I think those folks will have to deal with it wherever, there's new developments coming and we can't say what's going to happen in 20 years, but there's there's a phrase, let's not get perfection in the way of progress, something like that. We have to do something.
We do. I agree with that. But so that's, I'm putting that out there. I think an issue with politics is that sometimes politicians don't think long-term enough because they're going to be gone and it's somebody else's problem. But that's something I'm thinking about. But of those two options, I prefer 5 over the public option, again, because I don't agree with the vertical kind of stratification of our city.
Right. And I don't know about anybody else, but to me, that seems like the one that makes the most sense. Vice Mayor McVoy.
I think it's pretty well recognized that coastal communities stratify with distance from the water. And I think if I'm hearing it correctly, the concern that Commissioner Stokes is raising is if we were to go to a vertical, one could draw vertical maps. You just do horizontal stripes and you could adjust them either straight lines or slightly wiggly lines and balance the population. That is a mathematically possible thing to do. I think many of us would feel that was not a good, healthy solution for the nature of the city. And I think what I'm hearing Commissioner Stokes saying is that, well, option 5 does achieve some objectives, but it's gotten quite a way away from the idea of quadrant system and quite a way away from the idea of sort of, I think mathematically, I'm thinking minimizing the perimeter. The more you start doing things, you lengthen the perimeter, and that moves away from compactness of keeping things together.
Okay.
So I think that concern, I share that concern, and I do think that we want to think ahead a little bit. What message are we leaving in our map for the next time around? So I would be somewhat in favor of something that keeps tighter to the quadrants and keeps the shapes of them closer to.
But I think these folks have done that. I think, you know, months and months and months of putting
can't
this
find
this stuff in. I mean, really, we can't have it, it will never be again a perfect quadrant, which was so convenient because it was 4 squares and we knew what it was. It's going to be a little different. And I think that we need to,
I have
do the
no
best-
doubt that it will be a little different,
Right.
and in fact, quite a bit different, because as we've noted, we all were surprised to find that the eastern two that tend to have a lot of influence were way under populated.
If I can just interject for a moment, in all of our many years, combined years of experience, we've never encountered a population imbalance like we have in this particular case. So
That's what makes us special.
yes, we love the city of Lake Worth Beach, and it is very special indeed. My point is, while you're right to be concerned about what your districts are going to look like in the future, this is a one-time case where you're going to see this much change unless you have some dramatic development in one of your districts. You know, of course, it's very difficult to project what's going forward. You could have 10,000 new units being proposed in the next decade, but they could be split evenly amongst the 4 districts, in which case you wouldn't need to do any redistricting. Or the development could occur in one district where in case you could have to really radicalize it again. I might just note that some of our other cities, and not that this is necessarily the way you should go, but certainly some of our cities were very sensitive to how many people would be impacted by any one redistricting option. And so that's why we specifically indicate the impacted population here. And again, we're seeing, you know, roughly 10,000 people in each of the 4 options, 15,000 in the case of the modified public proposal. But yeah, it's extreme because of the extreme deviation.
Well, it wasn't been done in 113 years. Commissioners, as opposed to every 10 when it's supposed to happen. Commissioner Diaz.
I guess it's good that I got called now because that's kind of a good segue of what I wanted to bring up in terms of sharing those same concerns about, yeah, you know, I do agree that this first round, you know, we've talked about it previously about how that deviation would, like, we all knew it was inequitable, but then when we saw those numbers, I think all of us had like sticker shock. We're like, we didn't realize it was that bad. So this first one is going to be like ripping off the Band-Aid for sure. And then hopefully, you know, the decisions that we make now is going to set our, you know, it's going to set the path for future changes. And we want to make sure we have that right foundation. You know, I wanted to kind of throw in a perspective because it seems like even though we're leaning towards 5, it seems like we're not ready to make a decision. So something I do want to kind of put out there as a perspective and what I've looked at as somebody who tries to plan for the future, especially from a strong town, you know, TOD planning perspective. And that is the concern, you know, my concern with like modified, for example, not just the vertical, that potential in the future, but also looking at, I think, James, you're right. You can't predict where development is going to go. Maybe magically it'll be even all across the board, but realistically, the world is moving towards TOD, and the vast majority of that development is going to be along Dixie, and it's going to be along Lake and Lucerne. So I think we need to be really conscious about, you know, kind of maintaining that evenness of those corridors. And 5 is the one that leans towards that. I don't feel great that 1 loses downtown. But, you know, realistically, you look at like Lake Osborne community or the Commerce community, and that's not where big buildings and many units are going to go, right? That density, that development is going to happen along Dixie.
And there's not even that many places to do it on. I mean, we're kind of almost built out.
Yeah, so something
Kim,
to
I'm
keep in
sorry.
mind.
Commissioner Stokes, you have anything else before we go to public comment?
No, I've shared my concerns about 5. I'm not trying to eliminate it. But I do would like us, if we could, after public comment, narrow, like, I think we should choose between alternative 5 and the public proposal, one of those, and maybe one between 2 and 3, and then have
And so
another.
one more public meeting.
Yeah, and make sure everybody's really, again, alternative 5 is the newest map out there. So to like adopt alternative 5 tonight, right after the holidays, I think would be a huge disservice to all of our residents and the process and the faith and confidence that we want everybody to have in the process. So I think I would prefer to narrow it down and then.
Right. Okay, I think you have support for that here. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments that you'd like to read? Because we have some folks that do want to speak.
I have three comments, Madam Mayor.
Okay, why don't you start?
Okay, the first is Judith Fox, 914 North Palmway. This whole process is ridiculous. Our esteemed representative sends out an email 1 minute before closing on a 3-day holiday weekend, and the meeting is the first open day after. Not a lot of time to inform our neighbors of the board intent to break up our districts. A shambles, and not sure if this is a legal amount of time to be given to property owners. That aside, a couple of questions. Why yet another outside paid for report? Can't Lake Worth Beach think for itself? It's like we had a bunch of money to get outside information. Why are you doing this so our poor excuse for a commissioner can get more votes from a person to a neighborhood meeting while running for office? Guess it worked. There she sits not knowing a thing, so she attaches herself to a person who has a definite agenda of using our board to further himself. Breaking up these properties is not going to solve the problem of ignorance of the board. Maybe if you could give us a reasonable reason this is being done, we could better understand instead of giving us a day to try to make some sense of this. This is a bunch of fill in the blank.
Thank you. Next.
Michaela Clanton, 419 North Ocean Breeze. It has been publicly noted that FAU was given instructions to redraw the districts in Lake Worth Beach while keeping each commissioner in their current district. This is absurd. The district should be redrawn based solely on the current population and nothing else. A current commissioner's address should have nothing to do with redrawing districts. Please start this process over and provide instructions that are best for the city and not politically motivated. The new district should become effective the next election cycle. If this means that a current commissioner will have to run for re-election before their term has expired, then that's what is best for the city. The last comment is from Herman Robinson, 114 South Ocean Breeze. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, looking at the redistricting proposals currently under discussion, it appears that the modified public proposal provides the best option at this time. It maintains the cohesive community in the Southwest quadrant while expanding representation in District 4. While some existing neighborhood associations may find their areas in more than one voting district, I trust that at a minimum, their membership will maintain a citywide perspective for the greater good of Lake Worth Beach. I appreciate the thoughtful consideration of Lake Worth Beach residents, citizens, and the City Commission as this important process evolves. That's all the comments I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have three. First up is Rita Lowe. Rita Lowe, former long-term commissioner of the city of Lake Worth Beach. Yeah. Or no, Lake Worth.
Good evening, commissioners, everybody. I've been sitting here listening, and I'm a person that I don't like all this mud in the water. Too much talking. Too much talking. We've gone over it and over and over. We've heard these figures. We have stated and you modified and you did this and that. Now it's time to decide. And I agree with my commissioner and others in here that you all should look at and decide if you want to on the two, alternate 5 in the MMP, whatever you got up there. And take it back to the public and let them know what we're doing, because I didn't know about this meeting. I've been calling, I've been talking to everybody in the city, trying to figure out where we are now after sending our alternative back to say, redo. And someone called me and said, oh, it's on the agenda tonight.
Been on the agenda and noticed on the agenda.
Yeah, but I'm saying I got a call yesterday, but I'm just here to say, let's stop all this talking. A lot of talking is just muddying the water, confusing everybody. It's more confusing. Commissioner McBoy, stop confusing me and stop confusing the people. Let's try to come to some consensus, and I agree with my commissioner. Let's do what she says do. You all decide on the two, take it back to the public.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lowe, can we have your address?
I'm sorry, Ms. Lowe, your address?
1301 West Avenue South, 15 years.
This time, you've been there a long time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Peggy Fisher. And then Ryan, do you want to speak or is Ryan still here? He left. Okay, I think I'm going to read Ryan's.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North 8th Street. This process began in September of 2022. For all those people listening, or for residents who said this is all short notice, there have been a number of meetings. There have been public meetings. And if your district commissioner did not keep you posted or did not communicate with you, then you need to talk to them and not blame everybody else. It is ridiculous to think that you should choose option 2 or 3. That is not what the people want and have spoken. And in the public meetings that were held, there was a very, very limited number of people who came forward to attend those meetings. If you're going to put it back out to the public, it needs to be option 5 and the modified public plan. And if you look at option 5, it is the most equitable across every district in terms of the composition of the district, mirroring the composition of our city as a whole. When they look at, as they've broken it down, Hispanic or Latino and all other. It mirrors and makes all of our districts equal in the ethnicity of the people they represent. And that's what we should want. And we can't make it all go back to nice little boxes because that's not how it exists now. So I agree with Commissioner Malega. I think she's right. And I think each of you as a commissioner has responsibility to communicate with the people in your district. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Oblander, 1702 North 8th Street. Map options such as the MPP, which split North 8th Street, should not be considered. Stick to major thoroughfares to ease into this process. Thank you for all of the public forums. That's from Ryan. So, I mean, it really sounds to me like we have narrowed it down. Anything that splits up the Osborne district is out, as far as I'm concerned, from what I'm hearing. So it really sounds. Is that you? Oh, okay. So it's, I mean, and right, I mean, I personally, I think 5 is the most equitable. I think, the MPP could work, but that really does alternate. It's very radical about changing it from north to south. So what I would suggest is that we look at number 5 without the hashtags, just what it would look like when we look at the map, and the MPP, go out and have one more public meeting, which 12 people will show up at. Hopefully 100 people will show up at. And then come back. We've got to make a decision on this. I mean, it's not a rush thing, but yeah, we've got to make a decision. So, and I want to thank FAU. I think you've done a yeoman's job. We're not easy. We have a lot of opinions. But I do appreciate the work that you've done. We keep throwing things at you. So Commissioner Malega, I see your light is on.
I just would think that if we go out to public forum instead of doing it the way we did before, with having a nighttime, I think it was at Hatch, and then the daytime we did it at the school. I think that we should use like the Hatch building and do a whole charrette day like we did for the downtown. So
a day
from like 10 to 2, 11 to 5, give people an option, an opportunity to come and really give their opinion. Commissioner Stokes' hand is up.
Commissioner Stokes, hi there. You will
Hi.
hear-
Yeah, with narrowing it down to two, I do not feel comfortable keeping the modified public proposal as one of those two because of a few reasons. One, I really think it breaks the rule that we had of the least amount of change. And I think it sets a precedent. We hired FAU to come up with maps for us so that we would get objective third-party maps to vote on. We heard the concerns from the community about breaking up the Osborne area. So FAU came back with a proposal. And that I think is a proposal we should be considering. I very sensitive, obviously to our minority communities in the history there, but I think it's a very dangerous precedent to have communities building their own maps that were not, it's on the table. FAU modified it to make it work, but like they said, it's not their map. It's not the map that they presented. They heard the input from the community. They came back with alternate 5. So I think those two. What?
Which two would you suggest we narrow it down to?
I would say alternate 5, and then of 2 and 3, it seemed like 3 was the most. What was it? 3 had alternate 2 had the highest deviation. Where alternate 3 was more compact and alternate 3 had the lowest deviation. So alternate 3 had the lowest deviation, and alternate 5 keeps the concerns of the community on the table.
Now, each of them, and I wish we had these numbered, because, there's 5, there's option 5, but there's
Commissioner
2.
Stokes, can I just ask you on the modified public proposal? I heard you say that it's the one that doesn't abide by the rules, and it does, because it's 95 Dixie Highway, the southern border, and Lake and Lucerne, so it sticks to all major thoroughfares. It doesn't, I
I thought I wrote it down somewhere.
mean, it is the most. It's actually one of the maps that does follow the rules of sticking to major.
Right, that rule, it is great, but one of the bullets on the list was to minimize the degree of change in pre-existing patterns. That was a bullet on the list. When they're going to do this, they were trying to stick as closely as they could. We knew we were never going to get perfect quadrants to our existing 4-quadrant configuration and to minimize the degree of change in pre-existing patterns. The public proposal drastically alters
Well, that was
our
wonderful.
existing pattern because it creates a wall along the west border of the city. One district becomes a wall along the western border of the city. That, in my opinion, that drastically changes our pre-existing patterns.
Well, I mean, there were other criteria too, but we made those criteria before we knew how crazy the numbers were.
Right, and it's the one, if you look at the demographics, and that's what I was going off of. I wasn't going off lines or any of that. I was looking at what makes the demographic most balanced. And it's that or 5. It makes it the most balanced and sticks to, like I said, the major roads.
Okay, we are so far over 30 minutes and we've not been chastised yet by the clerk.
Well, Madam Mayor, that's because we're not going to do a work session, with all due respect.
Oh, you decide that now?
Well, we've already had a work session. We're not going back to a work session. We're trying to determine where we go from here. So for that reason, I apologize, but I did not time this.
An executive decision was made by Commissioner McBoy.
I too am not comfortable with the.
Can you turn your mic on, Vice Mayor?
Apologies. Yes, I too am not comfortable with the modified one for pretty much the same reason that it makes a very weird, long district that gets a long way away from our original quadrants. A question I would have for the consultants is, and just bear with me for the question. I think the biggest sort of distortion of the compact quadranty kind of approach comes in for extending north of Lake and Lucerne. And I'm wondering, would it be possible to, and that results in 3 also being kind of this 2 dumbbell pieces. would it be possible to push the 3 boundary back down, but then make the lower edge a little further north so that you make that more compact? I mean, I know that you can do this infinite ways. And
Yeah, really. I
And
mean,
I
we have
understand that.
sent these people back how many times?
I'm
And this is
I'm
what
just
they're
asking, you folks have looked at this and tried different things, I'm guessing, a fair amount.
Commissioner, if I may,
Sure.
one of the things we've tried to encourage commissions to not do is district at the dais.
Is what?
District at the dais.
Yeah.
So again, the more that we, ultimately you're the decision makers. You tell us to do something, we have no choice but to do it. But the more direction that we take from you, the less impartiality this whole process has, the less we're doing our job. The whole purpose of us being here is to insulate you from a lawsuit that's saying political decisions were made in the redistricting process. That's why we're independent. That's why we don't have a dog in this fight. So I would strongly ask you not to ask us to draw up a new alternative, especially one that specifically follows your instructions.
Okay, that's very valid and useful advice.
And while I'm here, I just want to mention, if this does come to lawsuit, not that we expect it to, we're very happy defending the alternatives that we've created. Obviously, if an alternative was created by a third party, we can't speak to its pros and cons.
Based on that, I would suggest that if we're going to go reduce to 2, it would be 5 and 3. Those are both alternatives that you can defend.
Absolutely not on 3. We cannot cut the Osborne community down the middle. Absolutely
And
not.
that was the biggest thing we said was don't break up that historic community.
I'm not suggesting that the modified public proposal isn't a valid option. All I'm saying is not something we could defend in court. It
Well,
was an extremely small tweak to bring it within parameters. Yeah.
Commissioner Diaz, would you like to add something to this conversation, which is getting so long?
It's long, and usually I don't shy away from a lawsuit, but I think 5, hearing from the community, obviously the number one concern is not to break up Osborne, and it seems like 5 meets that goal without fallout. So I share the same concerns, well, not the very same, but I do share concerns with the modified public proposal, mostly on what I said previously, which is, yes, 95 is a major thoroughfare, but that's not where development is going to happen, future development. So I wouldn't even I don't consider it as that in terms of future growth, where the scariest number, thank you, James, was in a couple of years, we're going to have 4,000 extra people in this town, and where are we going to put them? And realistically, it's not going to be the Commerce District. It's not going to be around Lake Osborne. It's going to be along Dixie Highway, the major corridor, which 2 is going to lose if we went with modified. And so I think, of all of them, it seems like we're all leaning more towards 5 because it maintains that number one concern from the Osborne community. Don't split up that neighborhood, which I'm all about. I think that's also obviously a priority, but it also factors in future growth.
I agree with you. I mean, and I feel like, happy to have another public meeting, but it's so clear in our directions that this is the one which came from the FAU, which doesn't split up the Osborne district, which keeps us not a perfect, we're never going to have a perfect square again. Those days are over.
Would you think not to have 2 options, just go out to the public and say, this is the map that we're going with? And it'll come back
We
to
are
us
the
to vote
people
on?
that were elected to make the decisions. And, right now, personally, if we hold a vote, I would vote for number 5. If there's feeling among the commission that we need to go back out again, I don't know what would happen when people say, no, we hate this. Because if the same people that come to a new meeting haven't been to the old meeting, like one person said, why are we even doing this?
Well, Madam Mayor, you are the boss. You tell us if you want to call the vote or if you want to, that's.
Commissioner Diaz?
I guess if I have one question, it would be, what is the thought from my fellow commissioners, like if we put this out to another meeting, what exactly is the expectation of
Exactly.
the end result? Because I'm very conscious about, we just came out of holidays and I'm not thrilled with, the notice and how this was put out there, but this process has been going on for a while. I know the fifth map is new. And I'm just wondering what the expectation is. Is it just to talk about the fifth map? Is there gonna be, I feel like at this point, we should at the very least set ourselves a deadline because I think there is a deadline on our city attorney. I think we ask this every time we talk about this, or I do. It's far out, but it's getting closer.
So
You've got,
here, we're gonna hear from our city attorney.
How's that? There we go. Yeah, if you're gonna have, ready for March of 24, you obviously need to get it done by the late summer, early fall.
And also SOE is not doing a whole lot this year, right? Because they're moving.
No, right, they're moving.
And keep in mind the time frame of the ordinance process.
Right.
So you're gonna have the first reading, second reading, so all that time frame must be considered as we try to meet the March time frame.
And I do echo Commissioner Diaz's question, take it out to the public. What's the point of taking it out again? Are we starting, we're not starting over again. Tonight, I'm sorry, we're all here. We didn't have a meeting on December 20th, but we're all here now. This has been going on a long time with lots of public notice. Essentially the same people. I was at the one public meeting and I was told that, a lot of the same people were both. This is not a public meeting that's drawing hundreds of people. This is something that a few people have an interest in. So,
Well, like I said, I know that I personally emailed it on December 6th too.
and it's, if people are interested in what's going on, they need to read the agenda.
Madam Chair?
I get emails from my friends and saying, this item on this agenda is different and change it. And I try to respond as much. So I've not gotten one thing about, not that I can recall one thing about the redistricting.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to let you and the commission know that the two additional maps, the modified public one and the option 5, have been posted on the website since November 10th. So as soon as I got the new information, it was on the website. So that's almost 2 months ago.
I appreciate that.
I would like to say I tried finding it on the website because I knew we were posting on the website and was not able to navigate it. I did not see it when I went onto the website. I was going to try to share it out. And I think, in my opinion, I think that's insufficient. Just posting it to the website and saying it was up there. I will not vote for map 5 tonight as our only option when I know for a fact that people in my district do care. And I did email the neighborhoods personally last week because I was worried about, to me, the lack of input that we've gotten is not an indication of the lack of caring. It's an indication of a lack of awareness.
Well, that's true.
So this is a really important issue.
What are your expectations? I have to just, echo Commissioner Diaz's. What is your expectation of another public hearing? What do you want to achieve by it?
What I want to achieve is I want the residents to feel like they weren't blindsided, even though we can say we checked all the boxes. We can say that we, posted this and we advertised that. I know I went to a meeting. Parrot Cove is the one neighborhood that's the most affected by this in my district. And I know I went to a meeting and I told them we were having a redistricting process as part of my updates. So I can say I did that and checked all the boxes. I don't think it's sunk in. And I think that they would appreciate understanding what the options are. And I have faith that they would, that we would all come to a common agreement on what's best for the city as a whole. But right now it's the newest map and it's the holidays and everybody said it. We've had no input on this.
Somebody make some kind of, Commissioner McBoy, Vice Mayor McBoy stepped out for a second, probably because it's 8 o'clock and we usually take a break by now, but I want to hear, and I want to wait till he comes back, but somebody make some kind of a motion, or I'm gonna have to. Don't make me make a motion. Don't make me do that. I would entertain any motion that somebody has to start out, and we wouldn't vote until Commissioner McBoyd, and here he is back. So somebody make a motion.
Okay. What the hell, why not? I make a motion to approve. Taking the modified map and option 5 back to the public.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Can we just include one or the others just for, I like to.
Nope.
Like,
Sorry.
like, if I can,
Well, that's-
if
that's
I
a vote.
can
That's-
say, at the very least, I mean, it does seem like none of us really are leaning towards those, but I do like the ability, especially if we're gonna take it to the public again, to compare what the numbers look like, you know.
Doesn't matter that the public, and this is my opinion, the public has spoken, we've heard loud and clear that those district maps, the 2 and 3 option cut the Osborne community in half. So you wanted a motion, I made a motion, that's my motion.
Okay, and I called for a second. So far, there's no second. Calling again for a second. Dies for lack of second. Somebody else make a motion.
I'll move for another meeting, but to include one of the, whichever one was most equitable, just as a comparison sake for public display.
You mean the one that cuts the Osborne district in half?
Right, just for a comparison. I'm not, we're not,
Come back and say that if you're not gonna vote on that, why even show it to us? That's a hard no, God bless you.
I mean, everyone has said that's not acceptable.
So I
because
make a motion to approve option 5.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Let me pass the gavel to the vice mayor and second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so somebody make a motion. That, is it not clear that it's not acceptable to blow up that district? I don't think the one thing that we have been clear about is, I mean, a couple things, but the clearest thing has been, don't divide the Osborne community. There's one option, there's 2 options that don't divide the Osborne community.
And I have to show my frustration right now for this board not to make a decision, and we pay for experts to go out and do their job.
Yeah.
And we are supposed to vote on what they bring us, not critique and go back. This is not the electric utility meeting. This is not, we're gonna tell people how to rebuild their buildings. We paid experts. We are trying to keep our hands off of this. You clearly did not want the public's map because it was from the public. So this is option 5 because they listened to us and they brought it to us, and here it is.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to bring option 3 and 5 back to the public.
Do I have a second?
You're gonna vote yeah.
Oh, Don't, what the 3 and 5, one of which divides the other. All right, so do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Yeah, go ahead, take a break.
So don't let the public.
Yeah, I'm a little frustrated. So we're gonna have another public meeting to hear public input. I think it's. I don't know if you're gonna be involved in this or not. I don't know what the next step is. But let's have one more meeting on a day where some people can make it and
Madam Mayor, may I suggest a Saturday?
yeah. I mean, there's no day that you have everybody coming because some people work on Saturdays. You have
That's
people
true.
that work in the evenings. You've got people that work in the mornings. What? No, I'm sorry. So a Saturday, yeah, I mean that. Yeah, I mean, that's as good a day as any. Some people work on the weekends, some don't. So we can never meet everybody. So find a date, and set a date.
And Madam Mayor, may I say, those who cannot make it will still have the ability to make public comment.
As they have since the middle of this past year. Yes. Okay, moving on.
Are we going to take a break, Madam?
We'll take a 10-minute break to go to bed.
Can somebody unmute the commission, please?
That right?
Okay, Madam Mayor, the commission is back unmuted. It is 8:25 and we are still live.
Thank you very much. Okay, next up, we've rearranged. We're going to take new business, something. B to discuss this now. This is the drones over Snook Islands.
And other places.
And other. Although we're going to talk about that. Okay. Ms. Bennett, Ms. Lauren Bennett, apparently going to address some of this.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Lauren Bennett, for the record, Director of the Leisure Services Department. A few meetings back, we had this conversation about this ordinance and it was asked that it be tweaked a little. So it has been tweaked and it is being brought forth for your review and thoughts and opinions on drones.
Okay. Now I have got this got quite a bit of interest in this one, and I know that there's public comment. There's one specific public comment that I'm going to respond to now, just to see if this, changes our conversation at all. It's been pointed out to me that the pier is not necessarily close enough to the Snook Islands to be effective. And I'm going to credit Ms. Silverblatt with that observation, that she's suggesting that we take the pier out of it, that everything else stay in, but that the 600 feet can't be reached from the pier. So that's just part of something that I would like to just offer up. So
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, can we have the city attorney read the ordinance, please?
I don't think so. Yes, of course.
Ordinance number 2023-01. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 7 Beaches, Parks and Recreation, Article 1 Parks, Recreational Facilities and Public Property, adopting a new Section 7-13 aircraft, writing for regulation of launching and landing of aircraft, writing for severability, the repeal of all conflicting ordinances, codification, and an effective date. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So I see Mr. Diaz's light is on. Let's just start there.
Thank you. And, thanks for being not necessarily supportive, but thanks for allowing this. I know when I brought it up, it was it's an interesting thing when you talk about protecting birds. But as someone who in my daily life, I do fly drones. That's how we monitor a lot of, even Snook Islands, right? And
not anymore.
Not anymore. And, this has been in my thoughts for a number of years, because I remember when I started doing the monitoring work, there was a day and others, I've approached the county about this and their thoughts, and people like Dave Carson, he agreed, because I had an experience where I launched my really tiny drone, which, fits in the palm of my hand, but that little thing was enough. And, I launched it from the docks, from the fishing docks on the north side of the bridge. And then at that year, the birds were nesting on the island on the south side of the bridge. So it was a good distance away, 1,000 feet or so. And that was enough that the bird came up, the oyster catcher flew over the bridge and started attacking my drone. I was like, oh, crap, I'm immediately land my drone, because I obviously don't want to stress them out. And it was a big concern of mine. And that's really where I started learning about how American oyster catchers in particular are very affected by this. And then it was during our last 4th of July celebration, during a raft race, where a drone was being flown and the same thing happened. And I was able to highlight that to a couple people. And, it really doesn't take much to freak out these birds. So I really appreciate this. It's a bird that's protected by Migratory Bird Treaty Act. They're really special to the Lake Worth Lagoon. They have become an unofficial mascot for Palm Beach County and for the work that's being done in the Lake Worth Lagoon, because they have a really unique history of why they're even here to begin with. They're
The oyster catchers?
Yeah, the oyster catchers are not supposed to be here. Well,
then that's the drone's gone.
historically, they were not here until the work that was doing at Snook Islands.
Brought them back.
Super innovative. They flew over. They say, that looks awesome. We're going to start nesting there. And now we have a really successful nesting area, nursery ground for birds like oyster catchers and least terns and these really special birds that really encourage people to paddle Snook Islands, to go bird watching, take photos, do all these activities that we want people to do outdoors. And, you know, with that, my thoughts, when I looked at the pier being listed, I honestly thought the other way. I thought we should include the parking lot and all of the beach property, because I'll just put it out there and we can discuss this, is that certain drones, like even mine that's so tiny, has something like a 5-kilometer range. So flying from the pier to Snook Islands to downtown, I mean, that's not,
But
it's not unfeasible. You can launch, because
the rule would still say stay 600 feet away from Snook Islands.
right. Yeah, I mean, that's something to discuss for sure. Yeah, but yeah, that's an important one. I'm trying to think what the other. I'll leave it at that.
And here's my question, which is general and perhaps aimed at our attorney. What's the consequence? You know, we pass ordinances, don't do this, do that.
Right, this is the one, if you remember a couple of meetings ago last year,
Yep.
you passed that ordinance dealing with civil citations and was specifically crafted for the noise ordinance and for the drone ordinance. So if someone violates this ordinance, they get basically a ticket through PBSO, because it's more difficult to try and, you know, do a code enforcement on property when someone's on. So that's really what it is. It's that
So they can
Right.
get citation
you can get a citation
to appear.
Mhm.
Okay,
before a magistrate here.
okay. And should it say that in here or does it not?
I think that I'm pretty sure that the civil citation ordinance references this one. I'll double check that before the
Okay,
next
we could
meeting.
just make sure that, because listen, it is really hard when you look, I mean, and I've done a lot of ordinance reading over my life. When it's in one place in a little spot and then it's in another place and it contradicts, it would be. good to have-
We'll make sure that in this ordinance here, we specifically cross-reference it for second reading.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Boyd?
I had some edits. Unfortunately, I forgot about the wrong power cord in my computer's down, so I'm going from memory. The text, which is the main section, it seemed like there were a whole lot of aircraft listed. And I wasn't sure that we really needed all of those in there. I defer to other people who might have thoughts on it, but I would keep it focused on drones. And then the other change there are two other changes. One, right after government agencies, doing this from memory, I would insert for public health or safety. But I think our intention was we definitely did not want to get in the way of law enforcement or FEMA that's doing emergency damage assessment or whatever. There are public health and safety reasons to do that, but not a blanket permission to any government agency. And the other one was minor. I think it says the Lake Worth Beach Golf Club. I don't think they'll launch drones from in the club. I think that was supposed to mean golf course. So that's what I would suggest to change. So those are the changes that I would.
Commissioner Diaz?
And I don't see a big need to include the pier. I defer to others if they have a strong opinion about it. I don't see a big need.
Do you have something else?
Yeah, I think as a reminder, we do have a balloon. We do have rules against balloons already, so that might be double duty. And
I think it's good to keep it in though.
yes,
We're on.
yeah, balloons not favorable. And this next one, and another thought, and we've talked about this a number in many other issues, is leading by example. And this might upset some, but I think we should talk about if my little tiny drone that fits in my hand that weighs 240 grams affects a bird. On the 4th of July, we have, you know, a really substantial and impressive fireworks display launching from right near Snook Islands. And separate from this, I think we should have a conversation, and I'm, you know, glad to bring it up now because I think, Mayor, you've expressed interest in this, and that instead of doing fireworks, what if we did a drone show, something a little bit more innovative, less intrusive on animals and dogs and cats included. But I think we should also maybe start talking about having that event off the end of the pier where it would have less of an impact on our birds.
We're pushing it more. I agree with the drone. I think, I mean, if we actually had a drone show rather than fireworks, I think that would be kind of a number one, a good thing in terms of the birds, but it also might be a good thing in terms of Lake Worth once again being, Liquid Beach once again being, and I've done a little research and I see the stricken look on your face, Lauren.
I'm sorry.
She hates us.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
So, you want to eliminate drones from near Snook Islands, but you want to replace the fireworks with the drone show.
No, that's
Okay.
something completely different.
Okay.
No, that's-
I was like,
We
what?
have to be a little kinder to ourselves. No, that's a
at the
different
pier.
discussion.
Yeah, it's a different discussion. If we were to
Okay.
bring that in, what I'm suggesting is we should talk about having the event at the beach off of the end of the pier.
So move the 4th of July to the beach.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I understand. Thank you.
Don't hate us. So, okay, Commissioner Malika.
I don't see where it says that they cannot fly over. Or it says take off or land within.
We are not allowed to regulate airspace. That is FAA. We
So
can
if
only.
I live On, and I'm just being devil's advocate
There
right
you
now
are.
because that's the mood that I'm in.
Yes, ma'am.
If I live on the condos on Palmway and I decide to launch my drone from my house and fly right over Snook Islands and disturb all the birds, there's nothing we can do about it.
No, ma'am.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so Commissioner
Unless we expand the area that they can't.
Diaz just said within 600 feet, where's that? You said within 600 feet.
I said 600.
Okay.
And I thought it was in here.
There's nothing in here about,
Yeah, I thought it was
We can't-
within, they can't come within a certain amount of.
No, it's just where they take off and land because the FAA obviously controls airspace. And on that note, there are other protections, like I mentioned, Migratory Bird Treaty Act, which obviously another person or an organization would have to bring that kind of challenge if they saw their neighbor launch a drone from their
okay,
backyard.
so devil's advocate, I could be over at the green market and launch my drone. And there's nothing that we can do about it, because technically we own that parking lot as well.
Mhm.
So should we put that
We
in
should
here?
put, I maybe put the old.
I don't know what it's called with that.
Old Bridge Park.
Old Bridge Park.
That should be in here, because to me, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna find someplace else to launch it from if I can't, if it's on this certain list.
But yes, just to be very clear, we can only regulate where they can take off and land.
Really?
So if you lived in those condos at Bryant and you launch it from your private home
In Bryant Park.
in Bryant Park, I cannot touch you. There, I can do nothing about that.
Okay, so I would recommend adding that other parcel that we own, Old Bridge Park,
Yeah.
to this language.
I would.
If we're gonna do whatever we can to protect
Yeah,
That's fine.
that's fine.
intercoastal, then I think that we should do.
And Steinhardt Cove.
Dual code, the whole beach.
We call it Steinhardt Cove in my.
And whatever we own, we can control. Is there any way just to put city-owned property? Public park sounded like a.
Well, one reason I
Okay.
think we didn't put in, we didn't put in city-owned property, that could be a park 2 miles inland. Could be any,
City-owned property along the intercoastal or Ocean Avenue. I'm just, because I'm thinking, what if we miss another, what if there's something we're like, oh, we forgot about that? And somebody finds a snafu.
Well, I mean, you can say you can't launch a drone in the city of Lake Worth east of Federal Highway, but I think that's a little expansive, right? I think we should include the Steinhardt Jewel Cove. We should, Old Bridge Park, it's a great idea. It's sad that we can't say keep away from the birds, but it's the one small thing that we can do. So are we okay with taking out the pier? Okay, okay, so take out the pier. Thank you. And put in Old Bridge Park and Steinhardt Jewel Cove.
and you okay with taking out, I was following up on the vice mayor, you okay with taking out all those other aircraft? Seaplane, helicopter, glider, balloon, or do you want to keep those all in there?
It can't hurt, I mean.
What's the toy helicopter and
Mhm.
launch it from there? Or what are those little toy planes? I mean. Yeah.
I mean, it's a little unreal. I mean, not many seaplanes are gonna take off, from Snook Islands, but why not have it in there? It doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt.
I just didn't want to be expansive to things that we don't need to regulate, but if people are comfortable with leaving it in, I'm fine. I think the bigger one that I'm concerned, make sure that it says golf course and not
Yeah.
golf. and the for public health or safety inserted after government agencies.
Anybody have any objections to that? I hearing none, I hear no objections for public health or safety. That's fine. Okay. So a couple changes in the language. They were, Commissioner Stokes, I see no hand up from you. We have, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment cards?
I have about 6, Madam Mayor.
Why don't you read them?
I will be happy to do so.
Thank you.
Let me just get my timer just in case. Okay, Richard Crossley, 317 North K Street. I'm in favor of this ordinance regulating the use of drones from taking off or landing within the Lake Worth Golf Club, Snook Islands, and Bryant Park to protect the American oyster catchers nesting on the Snook Islands north and south of the bridge between March 1st to October 31st. The American oyster catchers view the drones as aerial predators and will chase them relentlessly while the drones are flying. During this time, the eggs, chicks are left unprotected by the adults and are vulnerable to predation. The oyster catchers are an endangered and threatened species and need the assistance of this ordinance to survive and raise their vulnerable chicks. Please vote in favor of this ordinance. As someone who travels extensively to write and talk about birds, Crossley books, I am well aware of the damage drones do to nesting birds. Next is Scott Zucker, 11694 Pippet Court, Wellington, Florida, President Audubon Everglades. Honorable Commissioners, please accept this letter as a testament of Audubon Everglades' ardent support for ordinance number 2023-01. Our Audubon chapter regularly schedules field trips along the Lake Worth stretch of the lagoon. Excuse me, and many of our members regularly bird here or on or near the Lockhart Municipal Pier, where they regularly observe and monitor these productive birding habitats and the unique shorebird species they attract. Since 2005, the restoration areas within the Lake Worth Lagoon have successfully attracted many listed shorebirds to nest and successfully fledge their chicks. These include the American oyster catcher, the least tern, and the black skimmer, which are all designated as threatened by FWC. But in recent years, Audubon Everglades members have observed an increase in aircraft, specifically drones, being flown over or near these critical nesting sites. These aircraft have sometimes drawn nesting parents away from their breeding areas, endangering the nest, as the birds appear to perceive the aircraft as a threat. If these aircraft flights are allowed to continue, these Florida threatened breeding shorebirds may experience nest failures as a result and go the way of the Florida scrub jay, which has been extirpated from our county. And the loss of these birds within the lagoon may even have an adverse economic effect on Lake Worth. An economic valuation study in 2020 of Lake Worth Lagoon, underwritten by the Everglades Law Center, estimated that resident bird watchers annually make approximately 3.5 million trips to the Lake Worth Lagoon per year, which is augmented by an approximate 200,000 out-of-town bird watcher trips for an estimated value to the county and lagoon area of nearly $200 million. The next is from Mary Dunning, 1616 Rye Terrace, Wellington, Florida. I strongly encourage approval of ordinance number 2023-01. I've personally observed the oyster catchers at Snook Island frantically chasing a drone and making distressing calls that lasted for more than 30 minutes. The presence of a drone creates noise that is unfamiliar to birds and can lead to stress and the abandonment of nests, collision with the drone, and a total collapse of an existing bird colony. I strongly urge you to pass this ordinance. Thank you. Ginny Powell, 224 North Palmway. Coastal development and shoreline armoring have resulted in widespread habitat loss for the American oyster catcher, a large black and white shorebird with a bright reddish orange bill. We are fortunate that this bird, a species designated by the state of Florida as threatened, has been using the rocky sand substrate of the Snook Islands natural area, both north and south of the Lake Worth Bridge, for foraging and nesting for well over a decade now. However, like most birds, oyster catchers are very fearful of people, dogs, and other predators, including man-made drones being launched from Bryant Park. These threats will cause the adult oyster catchers to move on and off the nest in order to try to keep their eggs safe, which exposes the eggs and young chicks to predators and to temperatures that are too hot or too cold. Lake Worth Beach has become a birding destination because of oyster catchers and other birds that live in or pass through our city. Birders get hungry when they are here to see birds, so they are using our restaurants. In another year or so, they may be guests at the renovated Gulfstream Hotel. I believe that birds are and will continue to be part of the city's economic engine. The oyster catchers and other birds enhance life for residents of and visitors to Lake Worth Beach. Let's keep them safe by protecting their habitat. Please vote yes to approve an ordinance to ban drones from city beaches and parks. Blue Kaufman, 401 South Lakeside Drive, Apartment 6. I am in favor of the ban on drones annually between March 1st and October 31st. The Snook Islands of Lake Worth Beach are a remarkable feat in restoration, and the oyster catchers who now use this site as their easternmost nesting site in the United States are very much a symbol of that. These are not your everyday sparrows. Oyster catchers are remarkable and very unique birds, and we are lucky to share this coastal city with them. This regulation is a very small and very impactful thing this community can do. I support the ordinance and am excited to see more from the commission when it comes to protecting Florida's environment and the wildlife we share it with. Thank you. The last comment is from Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. I encourage the mayor and commissioners to vote to approve ordinance 2023-01. I support regulation of launching of aircraft, including unmanned drones in Lake Worth Beach, municipal spaces, including our beach, public parks, and recreational facilities between March 1st and October 31st. Madam Mayor and Commissioners, that is the last comment I have.
Thank you. We have some public comments here. Mr. Ricardo Zambrano.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ricardo Zambrano, 1621 North M Street, a resident of Lake Worth for 25 years. So I'm a wildlife biologist with the state. However, I'm not representing the state. I'm representing myself, a citizen of Lake Worth. I've been working with these birds since they first started nesting here in 2005. Management and research, and currently been banning some of the oyster catcher chicks that have been hatching since the last 4 years. So we're starting to see these birds coming back year after year, spending the wintertime here sometimes, coming back. Lake Worth and City of West Palm Beach, Tarpon Cove, which is across from Mar-a-Lago, is the only place you can find American oyster catchers nesting in Palm Beach County. The next nesting area is north in Stewart, and then after that's in Indian River and in Brevard County. So it's a very special place. As people said, it attracts birders, attracts people, kayakers, local ecotourism. So I totally support this ordinance. I agree with most of the comments. I don't think we need the pier. Probably just the park city properties that border the lagoon. I would probably recommend expanding this to year-round if possible, because not only do these birds nest here, but they winter here. We have birds from all parts of the state, as well as other states in the east, across the eastern seaboard. A couple clarifications. This is a state-threatened species. It is covered by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, which is federal. It's endorsed by the state. It's a state-threatened species, which also carries some rules. There's a state-threatened rule that protects all state-threatened species, such as the least tern, black skimmer, and oyster catchers, all three of which are nesting in Tarpon Cove. And they may eventually, the least terns and black skimmers, nest in the Lake Worth area or lagoon. So there's state-threatened rules that protect these species, enforced by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Yes, it would be an economic driver. And the reason I'm involved is because I was attending these 4th of July day festivities in daytime, and I was horrified to see this a city drone approaching the lake, the Bryant Park Island, and the oyster catcher trying to attack it. And I was just hoping it wouldn't come into contact because it would have killed the oyster catcher, the adult, and probably left the chicks abandoned.
Thank you, that's time.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I always feel bad for the least turn. I mean, what a name. Hi, I'm the least turn. Lori Whitkin,
And a long list.
is there a best turn or a most turn?
No, but lots of birds, if you read something, it's coming, the name birds.
Least?
Yeah, it's in a lot of bird names. Lori Whitkin, 1008 North Lakeside Drive, been here over 30 years. And I'm so glad that the city is finally going to be restricting drones. I've been asking for this for years, and I'm all for this ordinance to do it. Especially if it's going to protect the oyster catcher, one of my favorite birds, but I have some suggestions. That this would be a year-round ordinance. One, I think it would be better and easier to understand and enforce rather than saying, okay, you know, you can fly drones this day, but not that day. It's just like no drones here. And I also think it would protect more than one bird species because we have lots of local birds in our town and a lot of them nest at other times of the year. The ducks and the Egyptian geese have babies in the fall. Great blue herons start nesting late November until August.
On Snook Island?
No, but we have 4 beautiful ones now on the golf course, and they've been doing sort of mating things. So they could mate in the mangrove islands right off the golf course. They could. They were acting like they were going to. And we've also had just right up from our beach, we've had least tern nests just right on the beach there. They haven't been there in the past few years, but they could come back again. And the county wildlife parks and areas prohibit drones all the years, you know, all through the year. They don't have specific dates. We should just do it too, if only for simplification. And I also think I would like to see it extended to the beach and the pier because we do have shorebirds on the beach. And I also find that the noise of these drones, if you're going to the beach or the park, it sort of destroys the tranquility for people also. So I think it would have a lot of benefits besides just for the oyster catchers to have this. And there's also a privacy issue. Like if you go to the beach, having these drones flying on top of you can be a little unsafe. You don't know what. So that would be
Hopefully
nice.
everybody's got their clothes in.
Well, you know, but and if you do pass this, I please say to arrange for plenty of signage in the designated areas. And I also saw an oyster catcher attack a drone. I was in Bryant Park the day we lost a baby oyster catcher. This was a few years ago. The parent was attracting a drone that in its oblivious operator was flying from the seawall of Bryant Park. And while the oyster catcher was distracted with this, a crow went and I think it was a crow because I saw him there and grabbed the baby and we didn't see the baby after that. And I tried
Thank
to.
you, that's time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Gail Silverblatt.
Hi, Gail Silverblatt, 414 North Ocean Breeze. Please vote in favor of regulating drones. I first became enthralled with the American oyster catchers when I observed them nesting on the unfinished Snook Island project, surrounded by large bulldozers and excavators in 2014. I've been observing them almost daily ever since, standing on the bridge, looking down as they sit on their fragile nests and raise their chicks from the bridge. I'm able to watch the parents teach the chicks how to fly and open oysters and mussels. And I've watched as drones are flown over the nesting island while the parents fly frantically after it, seeing it as a threat to their chicks, chasing it almost to the Lantana Bridge. And I've seen the fish crows swoop down and grab the chicks for food. The parents return and search for days on the island, softly crying until finally they realize the chick is gone. As the City Commission, this is the time to regulate the drone activity to protect these wonderful threatened shorebirds. Please vote in favor of regulating the drones. And I too would like to see it year round. I think there will be confusion if it's just a certain day and the signage will be much clearer. And also, I'm also in favor of not having it on the beach. I think there are, and also I talked to Scott Sucker and he wants to also agree that the Audubon Everglades would be in favor of striking out the pier. Striking it out, right. So it isn't on the beach. And he mentioned the fact that Paul Davis, who used to be with Environmental Resource Management, said that fishermen do like to use drones to spot the fish. So there may be opposition for that, and it would be, lessening the opposition. And also somebody mentioned weddings, that they use the drones for weddings. So, you want that revenue source as well. Though I do think like all parks bordering the lagoon could be, because you want to make sure that Old Bridge Park, Jewel Cove.
I just had a question about the bridge.
It has to be from the bridge, because I haven't seen men on the bridge, but it's usually on the seawall of Bryant Park. They've gone to Costco, they bought the drone.
They would not be, do we have, I'm asking the attorney, do we have jurisdiction?
I don't think so. I think the bridge is an FDOT owns bridge, and we don't own it. I don't think, because everything else, we're the owner. And so we can regulate what people do on our
When
property.
you said, I'm thinking somebody that's gonna want to get away with this can go. over
Yeah,
the bridge.
and the floating docks. I've seen men on the floating docks. It's usually young men who do it. It's just a thrill. They see the oyster catcher chasing it, and it thrills them. But I do have a question for Ricardo. I thought that there was a 600. I thought Florida Fish and Wildlife had designated distance away from nesting birds of 600 feet and then 300 feet over, which made more sense to me, 600 all over, just that box that protects
Right.
them.
Well, that's what I thought it was 600.
Yeah.
Why don't you come on up? Come on up. If you would. Educate us.
It's 100 meters, 300 feet,
What?
300 feet. But there's no vertical distance. No.
So there's, what 300, what does that mean? 300 feet?
Buffer zone around nests
Okay,
for state threatened species.
okay, so that is something we can say within 300 feet of the nests.
Yes.
Of the area.
More than 3.
Well, we can't go farther than the Florida Wildlife.
Correct. The city can't regulate wildlife. Yeah.
So you say 300, FWC says 300, keep away 300 feet from the.
Yes, but in the case of the 4th of July, I think it was more than 300 feet. So
The shoreline. 600.
Okay, so it doesn't help us, is what you're saying.
the city can't
Okay,
regulate wildlife.
no, I know.
Yeah, so they can impose 600 feet.
Okay. I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
Spend a lot of
I
my
think,
time.
if you say the public parks on the lagoon and name what they are,
Mhm.
then you should be covered. And, the whole thing is signage, and PBSO needs to know. That's why, I'm hoping this isn't going to postpone the first reading, because PBSO needs to know so they can enforce it.
Right.
And we have called PBSO in the years. I mean, I've been working on this, you guys know, for 5 years now. And PBSO will go and tell the operator to stop doing it because they're harassing the birds. I mean, that is federally protected. But then the operator goes, where's the signage?
So now all right, well, and also here's your citation.
Right.
Okay.
And it can't be in the kiosk, even though we have kiosks there. It has to be a separate sign, like you've got the sign for the algae.
Okay.
So
Are we including the fishing docks, what is it? My brain. The floating docks, the kayak launch, that observation platform, is that included?
That's considered part of Snook Island.
Is there,
The floating docks are that's part of that program?
is there any reason not to?
Just let's-
Out explicit.
let's-
in the ordinance?
Let's see.
Including floating docks?
Include, any,
And the
however that
fishing
works, yeah.
they use the fishing pier.
What do y'all think about the year-long thing? Year-round thing?
I was going to mention, or I'm glad that a number of other people, I think it makes the signage much clearer. And,
Well, yeah, I mean, people tend to be,
and it's easier for PBSO, you can't do it.
I mean, the sign could say from March 1st, I mean, it's not rocket science.
One other thing was brought up from our audience member. What about from boats? I mean, how are we going to regulate?
We're not,
We can't.
We can't do that. Right.
no.
That's why I was thinking, well, harassment, it's still under harassment of
Right. we
Florida
can't
protected
regulate,
birds.
But after other.
Which,
Agencies.
would you please spend some time in our city help us with this because it's a problem. And
Do that.
I'm asking. Okay, so,
Are we clear on the changes?
well, Old Bridge Park, any lagoon, any part of Snook Islands,
I think we're.
um. Adding public or safety for the government agencies, taking out club, making a course, taking out the pier.
There's also little parks like South Palmway and there's little like neighborhood parks along the way, but they're
pretty far.
they're pretty far from.
That's like 12.
Yeah, South, well, right, South 14th.
So, okay, so those are the changes.
I would. And
Sure.
I'm back.
The Durham is building more islands and they're building them south of those condos, which is south of Jewel Cove. And they're hoping that the oyster catchers are going to be nesting on those, which would be south of Jewel Cove, you know, those apartments that stick out into the lagoon. They're building those south of those.
But we have no jurisdiction over that.
But that would be opposite
South Palmway.
South Palm Park.
That, but we.
Yeah, so you're saying public parks on the lagoon, which would include South Palm Park.
Yeah, and
They're
you're talking
working
about.
on those islands right now, so, and they want,
And where are they? They're on the other side of the.
they're not accessible from the shoreline. They're like, not in the channel, so they're just east of the channel, but they're south of where those condos stick out.
But they're on that side, or they're on the
Yeah.
side of the lagoon.
Yeah.
So it's nothing that we have any jurisdiction on.
But we have jurisdiction where they launch. I think what.
Go to the parking lot of the beach and do the same thing. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Future thinking. You know?
Right.
It's still, if you say public parks on the lagoon, it covers it.
Although there are some people that do want to have, drones are a thing that people use. And I don't want to complete, if we're, I don't know.
Up to you.
If they're building them on the east side,
It's really easy to fly drone across the lagoon, in our spot. I've launched from like Bryant Park and.
so now we're gonna add South Palm Park.
Well, I think, you know, that is.
I'm not arguing, we'll just add,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't care.
Well,
9 o'clock. We can't make a decision on redistricting. Let's make a decision on the drones. So let's add it.
City-owned lagoon side properties.
Yep.
So just not list them and just do.
I would do both. I would say with both.
The other, just in case you forget one.
But then you have to specifically exclude the beach, which I'm sure you do.
And Steinhardt, I'm not sure, we own Steinhardt or the county. I remember we did that 99.
The county owned it.
I thought the county may have owned it.
No, they maintain it, you own it.
I think Lauren has some input.
I was just gonna ask, so what's the time frame? Are we sticking to the March to October? That's what
I would go for the year round.
Juan has his hand up.
No, that's just the cursor over his.
Oh. There's a little tiny white hand.
No, it's not up.
Well, the cursor's right at the end of your name, so it looked like your hand was up. I'm trying to be inclusive here. A year, to my bird people, to my bird gurus.
Yeah.
Is it? You go out every day, okay, so from October 31st, and are there birds out there that this would?
The problem is that a couple years, they've re-nested. Normally they're nesting in March, the chicks are April, May. But one year, specifically, they re-nested 4 times. The oyster catchers are sitting on their nest in July. That means 60 days later, the chicks are able to fly. So extending that period, they will keep re-nesting when they lose their chicks to the drones. They will keep re-nesting, so.
Okay. All right, I don't care about a year. Let's do a year.
So year round.
Yeah, makes it easier. Okay, so,
I know we made a lot of changes. I think we could still do this second reading.
I think so. Yeah, it's all basically.
It's all basically the same thing, but still the same. No aircraft.
Okay, so do you have?
Actually, city attorney, Madam Mayor, that was gonna be my question because I already sent the ad into the paper to be published Thursday. So I want to make sure the second reading will still be on January 17th because the agenda gets published this Thursday.
That should be fine. There's no changes to the title there.
Right,
Yeah, that's true. Okay, thank you.
okay, all right. Where are we?
I'll move with all those changes.
Motion to approve with the changes that were set on the record. Oh, I'm sorry, I just pushed you away like you didn't, there you are, I had it. Like I didn't. Like you didn't exist. And I totally apologize. Peggy Fisher. Come on up.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North 8th Street. I think normally you should put a motion before you start having discussion per Robert's rules, which you didn't do. Let's just be consistent on what we do. The problem I have with this is enforcement. We have a whole lot of ordinances in the city, even some related to the Snook Island docks, that are not enforced. No docking overnight. How many boats stay there night after night after night after night? Nobody does anything to it. I know you said PBSO is going to enforce it. Ha, ha, ha. Fireworks are only allowed on 3 days of the year in Florida. I sure heard a lot of fireworks not on those days. That wasn't enforced. I'm glad we care about the birds. I totally agree. I wish some of us cared more about some of our citizens in our historic district of Osborne community, as much as we're showing the concern for birds. But I really am concerned that we keep putting ordinances on the books that we don't enforce.
Which is why I asked at the beginning, what was it?
I understand, and I wonder, since we've put in this citation ordinance, how many citations have been written?
I don't know.
I don't either, but I would be interested to know if it's more than one.
Thank you. All right. So, do we have a motion and a second? Let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I did not hear a motion or a second.
All right.
I moved.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Diaz moved and then who seconded it?
I second.
Vice Mayor McBoy seconded it.
Thank you.
Okay, now. Now we're at ordinance 2022-20, second reading of chapter 23. Would you read the ordinance, Becca? Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you read the ordinance?
Okay, ordinance number 2022-20 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations, article 3 zoning districts, division 7 public districts, section 23.3-26P public, and sections 23.3-27 pros public recreation and open space for consistency with the use tables in section 23.3-6 and clarifying the approval process for use in the public districts. Amending Article 3 zoning districts, Division 8 conservation district, section 23.3-28C conservation for consistency with the use tables in section 23.3-6, correcting a scrivener's error and modifying the approval process to require conditional use approval for new uses. Amending Article 3 zoning districts, Division 1 generally, section 23.3-6 use tables by moving the P pros and C zoning districts from all use categories in the use table, except from the temporary uses category, and providing considerability, conflict, codification, and an effective date.
Well done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is a second reading. Are there any comments, questions, or do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Well, Commissioner Diaz?
Nothing substantive, but it's more of a maybe an irk, but on line 109, cemetery is singular when everything else in that category is plural. Like, doesn't really matter. We're not saying a single cemetery, but
Sure.
yeah.
We correct that.
Fix it. Thank you. Do I have, you?
I'll second it.
Your second. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up, second reading of ordinance 2022-24, which is going to be read by title.
Ordinance 2022-24 is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, providing for the city's consent to the inclusion of the entire territory within the City of Lake Worth Beach municipal boundaries into Palm Beach County's Fire Rescue Municipal Service Taxing Unit for Fire Rescue, Fire Protection, Advanced Life Support, or similar emergency services, fire code enforcement, and other necessary incidental services, providing for intent, purpose, and consent, providing for effectiveness and duration of consent, providing for effectiveness of repeal, acknowledging ad valorem military limitation, and providing for repeal of conflicting ordinance, severability, codification, captions, and an effective date.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion?
You approve?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ordinance 2022-25, chapter 9, and read by title, please.
Ordinance 2022-25 is an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 9 Building and Structural Regulations, Article 1 in general, amending Section 9-2.1 City of Lake Worth Beach Administrative Amendments to the Florida Building Codes adopted by reference, amendment to the City of Lake Worth Beach Administrative Amendments to the Florida Building Code 2020 edition, providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. 2022-26.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I didn't hear who made the second.
Commissioner Malega, I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
2022-26, second reading. This is regarding the artificial turf. Read the ordinance, please.
Ordinance number 2022-26 is an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Section G, maintenance requirements of Section 2-75.11 foreclosed vacant unimproved property registration program of Article 7, abatement of nuisances, of Chapter 2, administration, providing for consistency of regulations regarding use of artificial turf, and for severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
And you had public comment on this earlier, correct?
Oh. We did public comment on this earlier. Yeah.
Yes.
We did. Do we have any more public comment? Thank you. Madam Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor, I have no more public comment at all this evening.
Okay, thank do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. The next one, I have a comment about the next one, 2022-27. Please read by title.
Ordinance 2022-27 is an ordinance of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending Section 14-5 application for local business tax receipt of Article 1, local business tax receipt BTR, and repealing Article 3, adult moving picture show or theater, indoor or drive-ins, and Article 6, vehicles for hire, all of Chapter 14, business tax receipts and business regulations, providing for designation of a local property manager on application for rental of property, and repeal of regulations that are regulated by Palm Beach County, and private severability, conflicts, codification, and an effective date.
Here's my comment. In section 14-5 on line 75, it says property manager or designee shall be available. Now, property manager is kind of a term of art these days. There are people that are licensed property managers. We're not really looking for that. We're looking for a representative that will answer the phone and make those kinds of, we're not right. That's what I'm saying. Just somebody that's going to be there, that's going to show up and call the plumber.
Or designee.
Designee.
Yeah, but that means some property owner has to designate them.
Or the property manager has to designate.
That's what I'm saying, because I'm saying don't have a property manager. We're really looking for a beat on the ground to report a problem. Property managers are now like, I think there's like a whole course that you take to do that. You get certified as a property manager. And we're not making people go to that kind of expense.
Right, you didn't say licensed property manager in here, but I think I get where you're at.
Yeah, I would rather have that be representative.
I agree with you.
Owner representative. That's all they have to be.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
You use the word property manager, owner's representative, or designee. Give them any one of those choices.
Sure,
Give them a menu.
sure.
Okay.
Well, property, no, not property. No. The representative can't designate somebody else. If there's a property manager, like they have that official, then they have the knowledge to designate somebody that's going to be responsible. My neighbor that I say, hey, look after my rental. If there's a problem, call me, is different.
So
I'm
property,
happy with just owner's representative.
oh, okay, because I was gonna say, suggest, so you're saying on that lines, property manager or their designee, or, property manager, their designee, or a owner.
My initial reaction is to say owner representative,
Right.
never mind the property manager, just owner, if he's a licensed property manager, great.
But
But we really just want somebody that's not living in Chicago,
Yeah, not everyone's gonna have a property manager.
because that's expensive. You just need somebody that, what?
And it's more general.
It's more general, yeah. So I would take out property manager and put in owner's representative. Owners approved, because they have to put the name on their application for the rental, so that.
The owner's designated representative? To designate it on the application?
Sure.
Owners.
I have a question about this. Does the representative need to sign any paperwork acknowledging that they're a representative? I wouldn't want them to be like
Good idea.
out of town, taking a nap. They forgot that they agreed to this thing. Like, I think that's a big burden to put on.
Good point. What we should probably do is have with that application process, it's like with a power of attorney, I accept this responsibility. Have somebody as part of the process, have that designee, that representative sign that they admit that they agree to that. So I can't just say Ronaldo's gonna be my property manager and he doesn't know.
I'm not sure, Carmen, because William's office is gonna have to administer this. And are we gonna be
It's part of the application process.
part of the application process?
Here's my thing, and sign thing says that this guy says he's gonna do it.
Well, I do have a question. When we make this change to owner representative on line 73, it has contact telephone number of a property
Well, then
manager.
I would say owner's
So that-
representative.
So that needs to
No
be
change.
changed as well.
Would be consistent, yeah.
So as far as the application process, the application would have the person who's the owner representative stated on that application.
Yes, I think that's what we're talking. And then I would add with that person's going to sign that they understand they're being named as that representative. Because if the owner has that kind of relationship with the representative,
it shouldn't be a
he should
problem.
sign it, right? Yeah, if he's not going to sign it, that's a problem.
I will say, this is Erin Sita, that the only reason why it was, I'm online, the only reason why it was property manager was that in the past, they wanted somebody to be responsible, who was responsible for the management of the property, not necessarily certified, but who had a reason to be involved in the property. So that's why that term was used.
And I understand that. I just think it's going to lead you, because there are people that are professional property managers. They're going to say it says property manager and I'm one and you should only hire me. So that's where I'm coming from.
So can I make sure I got it right?
Okay.
So it's gonna say owner's representative in those two places. And then owner's representative
Or
or designee
because if he's out of town, he has to.
with an acknowledgement, with a written acknowledgement by that designee or representative
Mhm.
that they accept that responsibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Lehman.
Let me be devil's advocate. So the building at the corner of Lake and Dixie was hit a month and a half ago. The property manager was in Key West on vacation. The owner of the building was not contactable. That person who I called at 3 o'clock in the morning didn't call a backup plan while they were on vacation. So this designee now that you're gonna have on paper, if they're on a 14-day hiatus in Europe, you're expecting them to notify the city that they now have a new designee because they're on vacation?
Nothing's perfect. And I understand what you're saying. What I was just going to say was perhaps, because I've obviously thought about that as well, they don't answer. That if the owner's representative is going to be gone, or unavailable, then there's like a second person, but how detailed can we get on this?
Yeah, I mean, are we gonna be like ADT who has 4 different people to call when my house alarm goes off if I'm out of town?
No, that's what we're
That's
doing.
what I'm asking, is because if that person's not there, then responsive, and they happen to be out of town, then are we gonna violate the landlord for not having their designee available within 4 hours? back to, the comment we were earlier, we're making ordinances, but how are we going to enforce?
Well, I think that if, and then just as a suggestion, if it happens that one time, there's no perfect answer. And, could we have the owner's representative have a designee in case of?
That's what I'm asking, like, how far?
I understand that. I'm just saying, how can we do that?
Right, at some level, you have to rely on the person being responsible.
And if we have a
That doesn't take away their responsibility
Right.
because they're on vacation.
And if we have a landlord
Well,
that's
yeah,
a
but it says you
problem,
want-
if we have a landlord that's become a problem that we're hearing from these tenants, hey, this is, I'm having, because we hear when there's problems, then that's a violation of their the business license. They're not making a person available within 4 hours.
Should we? I mean, a little bit to Commissioner Malaga's point, should we put something in somewhere? I don't know whether it's in business language stuff or in this one. That does give the owner a heads up that you're responsible for making sure there's always somebody available.
Well,
The owners.
When they apply. Yeah, when they apply, I think that's what Mayor Rush was pointing out. When they submit their application, they're gonna get some expectations, some things spelled out that this is what's expected of them. And if they're out of town, that's fine, but it doesn't necessarily mean they have to be on the property. They can, hey, I'm out of town, your AC's out, let me call the AC repair guy and they'll be there.
yeah, now we're saying on site within 4 hours.
My question was on site within 4 hours. Is that including holidays, Sundays? I mean, do we have to be specific that it's not just business hours? So if you get a
No.
phone call at 3 a.m. and someone's roof is leaking. You have till 7 a.m. to respond technically.
Yeah. To at least make a phone call and say, I'll get the, the whole purpose of this thing is just so that somebody that owns a property down
No, no.
here that doesn't live in Chicago, that there's somebody to call to say, hey, I've got a problem, please address it.
So can we just clean this language up? It says to respond to on-site issues within 4 hours of contact is what I would like to
Well,
something.
all right,
Because if you leave a voicemail and that person doesn't get it until the next morning. Because they didn't answer their phone, to me, within 4 hours means from me leaving the message, from you texting me.
good point, good
From
point.
4 hours within what? From the issue happening?
From contact from the tenant, contacting the tenant.
So I'll.
Oh, devil's advocate.
And I'm just gonna take your devil's advocate concept, and so if I intentionally don't answer my phone, then is that contact? And I call the vice mayor, he says, Glenn calling, I know my property is got issues, I'm just not gonna answer. So does contact mean the reaching out or the actual answering the phone or answering the text, or
I think.
or are we getting too much in the weeds?
These are the questions that somebody could use as an
Right,
out, saying,
right,
well, you didn't
that's- they're
say
good
4 hours of what?
They're good questions.
I think your original intent, Mayor, was, get a hold of them and they need to respond within the 4 hours.
Right. Wait, it says respond to on-site issues. It doesn't say, this is, okay, for your.
Available to
Okay,
respond.
right, it does, right. So if somebody's in Key West, they can call a plumber. They respond to the on-site issue.
Right, they don't have to be there themselves, they have to get somebody there to do the job.
That's good language. That's good language. So within 4 hours, contact,
Being contacted.
well. within 4 hours-
Notified, being notified, because if they notify you via text or voicemail and you didn't, I don't know what the right language is here, but I know my phone goes into sleep mode now. And I don't get text alerts. I don't get alerts in the middle of the night. And I would really hate to have this door open to where someone just isn't even available and they have that loophole. So
Well,
are you notified even if you didn't read it?
accepting that responsibility, they don't turn the phone off.
Right. So we need to make sure that.
I think then it said the language should of being notified.
And I think this all, again, with education in the rental agreement, in the rental license application, it should be very clear. That's where we can be clear about this,
In fact, let me go back and just reading the caption, what the clerks advertised,
Mhm.
designation of a local property manager. So if we're not gonna call them a local property manager, we might need to have to do this again.
Okay,
Now, what I could do is create a section that says local property manager shall include an individual designated by the owner.
if that's one way to do it,
I think that might be,
without having
right.
to
Yeah,
advertise it. I think you know what we're talking about, and I think,
Mhm.
you know, within 4 hours of notification by the tenant.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
this is the second reading. It's already been advertised, so it will not be re-advertised. That's not an issue.
but my
But if
issue
we
is that
change it-
we've been advertised it as property.
Oh, okay,
right.
got
But
it.
what you're suggesting is put in a definition of property.
Right, right.
Mhm.
And then on-site issues within 4 hours of notification. That's, I'll keep hearing notification,
Yeah.
okay. And I hesitated to say this before, but what the heck, it's
Why not?
9:26, why not? Lawyers love the word reasonable, which is, people like a definitive 4 hours. But a drippy faucet might not need to be responded to in 4 hours, where a roof leak might need to be responded to more quickly. Reasonable depends on how severe the issue
Would the
is.
response be, hey, we called the plumber, they'll be there tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, just
Okay.
respond.
That's just
I
respond.
know,
Just respond.
and hopefully a leaky faucet wouldn't be a 3 a.m. phone call. It would be, my ceiling is coming.
Right.
Oh, my.
My bathtub is fell.
You what? Yeah. I have no toilet.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay,
All right, once all these changes are made, I know it's not going to come back to you formally, but I think we'll email it to everybody. And if for some reason anybody thinks that we didn't capture it, I didn't capture it, we can always bring it back.
okay. So we're taking, okay, so we're gonna, all right, so now.
So now we're gonna
Property manager, but we're gonna find
define it.
as an individual who is responsible for the response. Who's the
And-
response person.
Owner's representative or designee with acknowledgement of accepting that responsibility. That's part of the definition.
Right. Right, exactly.
Okay.
Who is named by the owner and acknowledged in, I think that takes care of it.
I'm gonna have a lot of fun tomorrow.
What?
I'm gonna have a lot of fun tomorrow with this.
You better forget this stuff.
I'm writing it down.
Good. Copious notes. Do I have a motion with the changes?
Motion to approve as changed.
Do I have a second?
No, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I heard you, Commissioner Stokes, you're there. Okay, now we have B of unfinished business, which is the electric power from the Municipal Power Agency Solar 2 project. It's an amendment to the contract. And are we you're looking for us to approve it? Okay. Do we have somebody from the electric utility?
You sure do.
Yeah. Oh, my God, I didn't see that.
I've been over here.
You snuck up on me.
It's lightning.
It's been a rough night.
Yeah, electric can do that.
I apologize.
Yes, Madam Mayor. We do have with us a guest tonight from the Florida Municipal Power Agency, Susan Schuman, who's been one of the lead negotiators on this. So should we have questions, Susan is here to help us answer. She's the lifeline on this.
Okay, do we have any questions for the? Do I have a Mr. Boy?
I do. I know that this is, we're thinking about this perhaps as a fairly straightforward contract modification, and that's not unreasonable to think about it that way. On the other hand, it's 20 to 30 megawatts of power, which is a noticeable chunk. It's quite a bit of money. It's a long contract. And there are opportunities available with it. So I do have some questions. And I think we've had a little bit of a presentation that the I only know it by the name IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, the act that was passed in August through Congress, has a lot of implications for solar, for communities with low income communities, multifamily low income housing. There are tax incentives that are related to that didn't exist before. So I have some questions in relation to that, and since you're both here, it's a good opportunity. So I guess one is, I've got three that I'll keep it to that. One question is, and I know that there are, and I respect that there are some confidentiality you can't reveal, but relatively, I think we might be able to. How does the proposed rate for the solar power coming from the proposed changed FMPA contract compare to what we pay here in Lake Worth to our net metered customers? And it can be just, one's higher, one's lower, which is which.
It's lower. And the reason for that is that this is a
Which is lower?
the FMPA Solar 2 price is lower. And the reason for that is that the avoided cost or the rate that we pay our net metered customers is based on the avoided energy rate for the year. And that's regardless of what the source of that is. So it's a total avoided energy rate. That number for 2022, we'll release that shortly, but it's about 6 cents per kilowatt hour. That's for the excess power that they leave on our system.
Right.
They get paid at the annual average avoided energy rate.
Which is
This rate is substantially lower, but it's a portion of our total portfolio. And by the way, that 6 cents is not the same number every year. The prior year was about half that.
It was half.
It was about half that the prior year. So it depends on what we pay for energy during the course of the year.
So if it was 30 cents, that's approaching in the same range as what we're talking here.
In the same range.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. That we probably will need to have more discussion on that, but I hear you on that.
We follow the state law.
Yeah. And this one, I guess, would probably be more for FMPA, but both of you certainly can answer. Are we high in our confidence that this process, this proposal is taking full advantage of those things I just mentioned, the IRA tax incentives that we are eligible for as a 45D low-income community? We have some eligibility. Is FMPA going to be able to take advantage of those? And will we be able to pass some of that back to our low-income community? And there are two pieces. One is the community level. The other is, my understanding, and I know that the details are murky, but that multifamily low-income buildings also have some additional credits to those buildings. Are we setting this up that we can take advantage of any of that?
I don't believe that's legally possible. This is strictly a contract between a utility and a seller. So those benefits are specific to individual customers within the utility if they were buying power themselves. So to the extent that we buy this power, certainly our small customers, I'll point out, remind everybody that our 1,000 kilowatt hour customers, out of all our residential customers, rather, over 50% of our customers receive power at less than the cost that we incur to buy it and deliver it. So they're already getting that benefit. So this certainly adds a much lower cost element to our portfolio than we've had in the past. So they'll benefit indirectly from that coming through, but there are no specific tax benefits that flow from a project like this at utility scale that flow through to a specific individual customer based on their income status.
Okay, I'm not necessarily that it flows to the individual customer, but it either flows to the Lake Worth utility.
It does. So these projects are enjoying the latest that the Inflation Reduction Act has to offer in terms of the high rate of depreciation and also the investment tax credits, which were increased in the ITC. This project has those as well.
My understanding is that there's several layers of those. Some of those are ITCs that didn't used to be eligible to municipalities. That one, it sounds like you're saying it, we are taking advantage of that. Then there are additional ones on top of it that relate to income of the community, and then other ones that relate to multifamily buildings. Is any of those second two built into this? Are we getting full advantage and being able to pass it on to our residents of these federal situations?
I don't believe that those specific tax credits that you're referring to, and a lot of this hasn't been published yet, but I'm not aware that those specific tax benefits that you're reflecting to or addressing are eligible for a project of this type. I think my gut, and I'm not an expert in tax law, I'm not on this issue. Those would probably have to be projects that were built specifically at that location for that specific home. But
Okay, that's not my.
But this project is taking advantage of all of the eligible tax benefits that it's eligible for.
So there may be some question of the way the project design might not be taking full advantage of the things that we as a community are eligible for that some other communities might not be because of our needs.
Well, you're alluding to items in the tax code, which none of us are experts on, that I don't believe are applicable to this project. I think that's adding a layer of that's not applicable here.
Well,
and I'll also point out that this is by far the lowest cost project that we've had proposed to us in any bid. This is lower than FMPA Solar 3, and it's certainly orders of magnitude lower than any project that was proposed to us on the community solar. So much lower, orders of magnitude, like
that I can't speak
like
to.
multiples of 10 lower.
What I want to make sure is that as we as a community make our investments, that we are getting the full benefits that we specifically in this community have more entitlement to than some other communities through the latest.
Well, that's correct and that's appropriate. But here we're offering to buy power at a price that's been competitively sourced against many other developers and many other projects, including projects which we competed ourselves and put out via RFP. So it would be incumbent on those developers to put forward the lowest price possible, which would mean that they've taken advantage of every possible tax benefit they can find to deliver a lower price to be competitive. So we believe they've done that.
Okay, I guess I'm not hearing a full-on yes to my question, but
well, I don't think you've asked a question that would lead to a full-on yes, sir. And I wish you had brought
Sarah,
this
do
up.
you have your mic on?
Somebody ahead of time to answer this, but
Yeah, these are very deep questions.
again, these projects were sourced in a competitive solicitation. And at the same time that FMPA Solar 3 went out for bid, and the FMPA Solar 2 prices are well below FMPA Solar 3, which is a current bid. And as I said, probably about 1/10 of the numbers that we saw for community solar in many cases. And the leading project, which we didn't believe was feasible, it's about less than half of that.
again, my question is not about the developers or the sourcing. It's given the federal law is very strongly trying to benefit renewable energy to low-income communities. Are we doing a project that takes full advantage of that? And I'm not hearing a clear.
And my answer would be, I can't imagine that a developer would have bid a project at the lowest, would not have bid a project at the lowest cost possible, taking advantage of all of the tax benefits. Here, we are just a buyer of the power.
Yeah,
That's it. We're not investing in the project. We're just buying the power that the project produces over a 20-year period of time.
Okay, well, that may get to the.
At a very, very competitive price that we've been unable to get elsewhere.
And that's all this is about, is the buying the power, correct?
That's correct.
I think that's, with all due respect, Madam Mayor, it's perhaps an oversimplification. The IRA, people in the renewable energy industry, the industry discussions are all over the place about how much of a game changer that act is for communities, for options for renewable energy.
And these are not the folks that know the answer to those questions.
And the developers in this competitive process took place at the time that the IRA was being finalized and signed, and they've reflected that in their prices.
Okay, I have to say I'm not comfortable with that answer, but
that's okay with me.
It shouldn't be okay, but
it is.
All right, that's.
Any questions?
The other one relates to it a little bit. We certainly are very aware here on the commission that raising the PCA, the power cost adjustment that we did in the last 6 months or so, due to natural gas prices, that was a big burden on the community. It was something that got a lot of attention, did not help our reputation in terms of electric prices. Could we use part of this program or some other program to put in place a community solar program that would very clearly take advantage of those tax incentives based on our income status in the community?
So to that point, let me add something with regards to our electric rates. 5 years ago, when I got here in August of 17, we were ranked 24th in the state. August of 22, we were ranked 5th in the state. So we went from 24th to 5th in lowest. We went from ranked from lowest to highest. We were ranked 24th. We had decreased to 5th. That doesn't mean that our rates didn't go up, but in our statewide standings, we dropped dramatically in a good direction. In September, we did raise our rates to about 6 cents per kilowatt hour on the PCA due to fuel costs, which had tripled beyond our control. In the November meeting or the October meeting, we were looking at an additional increase that would have come due in December 1. Staff recommended that we not increase the rates, that we hold where we were as fuel prices were coming down. That's proving to be wise because fuel prices are in fact coming down. We don't expect to have to raise the PCA. In fact, sometime in the spring, we think it's very likely we could even lower the PCA. So we're going in the right direction in terms of our rates. These projects represent a very, very good way of reducing our PCA cost and will in fact help reduce PCA in the future. And control it, because we'll be weaning ourselves off of our exposure to natural gas, which today is roughly 50% of our portfolio, which is much lower than any other utility in the state.
And I'm, as you well know, I'm all in favor of increasing our solar percentage. I just want to make sure that we're doing it in the wisest way possible, given the federal legislative context.
We've been unable to find any lower price of solar energy anywhere in the state, even if we run our own solicitation.
Maybe it'll come back, but we're going to vote. So let's have a motion.
Are there any other questions?
Commissioner Lega.
Just a quick one. So backpedaling, just a minute. Had there been a bigger investment in the first project that we were part of, we probably would not have had to adjust our PCA rate because we would have been saving on the fuel cost. Is that correct?
That's correct. These projects were delayed, and even at the new pricing,
We're still well under where we would be on the PCA.
Oh, absolutely. So our calculations, and these are just rough estimates, that had we had this project in service during 2022, we would have saved probably around $1.5 million in purchase power costs.
Okay. And I just want to ask, we all had the opportunity to ask you questions on our one-on-one in this. So
yes,
that was one of the questions that I asked you. So thank you for doing the research and being able to answer that question.
You're welcome.
With that, I make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
No, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. Kim?
I was an aye.
Okay, thank you. That's motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is, now we're up to new business B. This is Navaline. I don't know what I'm wrong.
It's new business A, I'm sorry.
Ahead of myself. But it is Navaline. It is the right thing. So, Mr. Liberty? Is this yours?
No, this is IT. No.
Oh, IT. And there's IT. Good evening.
So mic on? Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners.
Just introduce yourself for the public.
This is Nellie Peralta, IT Director. So I'm here today because we're looking to sign an agreement with Central Square Technologies, which is our vendor for our ERP system, for our Navaline ERP system, to engage in the Navaline cloud environment. We currently host the server in-house and have been doing so since 2001. We replaced several times the server, and this will be the 4th time that we would come up with replacing it again. So we thought it was a proper time to take it and move it to the cloud to help us, assist us with the business continuity that we're looking for, the disaster recovery, and also the redundancy that we're looking for. So currently, we have a contract for software maintenance and support strictly, and we also have a second contract for disaster recovery. So what we're trying to do is we will replace that agreement with this new agreement, which already includes the software maintenance and support. And then we'll also include the cloud services that we are requesting. And as far as I did an analysis with the cost, and what we're seeking for is the initial setup fee and the subscription or the cost for the hosting solution, which is the $40,000, and then $12,000 for a test environment, and then the additional professional services. So over here for this year, for FY 2023, we're seeking $75,000. And then the ongoing cost will be for 24 is $199. Again, that already includes what we currently pay for the software maintenance and support. It's just a lump sum at this time.
Okay, so what this means, we're going from servers, physical servers, to the cloud.
Yes.
So we don't have a server that could be hacked, like bad. It was physically, these are servers like I have in my little law office.
Yes.
And seems like high time to do something like this. I see Commissioner Maliga's light is on. And is this $75,000 budgeted? Do we know where the money's going to come from?
Yes, this will be from fund balance. This is where come from.
Love a fund. Okay, Commissioner Maliga was first.
My only question and concern is that I see it line item all the way up to 2027, and I was praying to God that we were trying to get rid of Navaline.
The contract,
27.
the contract is for
That was
3.
my concern. I was like,
So the contract is for 3 years, but the requirement for the staff report is 5 years. So I did the analysis for the next 5 years.
so is that in hopes that in 3 years we no longer have Navaline?
We could hope, but I can't guarantee anything. So currently, I just have to go with what I'm presented now.
Okay.
Commissioner McVoy.
My only question is particularly with the disaster part of it. If power goes down, communications go down, how does the cloud keep us going, whereas local servers might keep us going? And I don't know the answer, so I'm deferring to you.
So as long as we have power, if we have internet access, we're able to access the system. We have redundancy as far as the internet access as well.
So what is your feeling as far as percent of the time that we're likely to be on with storms and things? Are we more stable doing it through the cloud or more stable doing it locally with servers? And again, I don't know, so I totally depending on your.
Well, let's take an example of what happened recently on the West Coast. That's an example. We would hope our buildings can survive and everything else. But if that wasn't the case, then the physical server in-house could be a liability at a certain point, because with that, we do have a disaster recovery plan currently with Central Square. However, they rely on us sending them a backup tape. Well, that backup tape is actually taken the night before. So if something was to happen, we have the potential of losing some data within that business day. In this case, with the cloud, they have replication.
It's there.
And we wouldn't have that risk. So I would believe that it would be more reliable in that situation.
And now you're taking out a step for staff to have to back up the tape every night because it's going to be automatically backed up, correct?
We have it automated already, the backup tape currently, but it takes that step out of, we currently do the upgrades of the software in-house, and that's typically 3 of our staff members. We do it obviously out of business hours, either on a weekend or late Friday. Usually it's weekends where we do it. So that would definitely alleviate that responsibility of updating the software itself, but it also is maintaining the server, updating the server and the operating system.
I mean, I have servers in my office and
the IBM server is very reliable. It's proven to be so, but nothing is, 100%.
And if the bill, and it's a physical thing, if some madman came in with a sledgehammer, right? Which
It will be a
This
little
wall-
difficult to come into the room, but it could happen.
Right.
We're in the public safety building, by the way.
I understand. I'm using just the physical.
Yes.
I'm just,
No, it could happen.
I mean, but then we would have nothing. That's my point. I don't care how it got
Yes.
destroyed. If the building burned down, we'd have nothing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Do I have a second?
I'll second, but I had a comment or question.
What are the public comments? No, she said no more. Okay.
So, and you know, I'm all for this, but just out of curiosity, this can be accomplished without any kind of like substantial upgrade to our internet connection as it is.
Yes, as it is. We don't need to do anything with that
Okay.
internet.
I
We
think
have
they
the
probably
infrastructure in
thought of that,
place.
But yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
but there is, you know, like in the summary, there's a line that says excludes IT staff resources dedicated to maintain and support the server hardware and software.
Does not include.
Right.
Yeah, so basically I didn't account for the time that we spend supporting,
Having it. Right,
supporting
right.
it. And we don't have a quantity for that matter because we're salaried, right? So we don't really put that in paper.
Keep working.
We do.
I know you do.
Right,
I
we're
know
not-
you do.
Right, and we're not burdening you with like upgrading our connection or any
The,
structure or anything.
also, we have to take into consideration that in-house, we have technically two experts within the AS400, which is the old term of it, or the IBM server. In this case, you have multiple staff members within Central Square that are able to support it as well.
Okay. So I think we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good
Nice to
night.
see you. We don't
You
get to
too.
see you very often.
Madam Mayor, before we continue, can I have a motion to extend the meeting till 11, please?
Motion to extend.
Second, a second,
Oh, second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Reluctantly. Yeah. Kiosks. Okay, now we're up to new business.
Yes, good evening again, Madam Mayor. For the record, Lauren Bennett, Director of the Leisure Services Department. So last year we brought forth an item for your consideration to use coronavirus supplemental funding to support an informational kiosk pilot program. You guys blessed us and we moved forward with a request for proposals. We engaged with an organization who's actually a Lake Worth Beach business, and that's who we were recommending to go with. We can afford 2 kiosks. We recommended in the staff report to put one at City Hall and one at the Cultural Plaza just because of the traffic, but it doesn't have to be the locations. If you would like me to consider another one, please let me know sooner rather than later because we are moving forward with designs. But this would be obviously the purchase of these 2 kiosks. Interactive.
Interactive.
Yes, ma'am.
I would suggest if we're gonna go ahead with this, I would suggest that we place it at the northwest corner of if you're gonna put it at City Hall, so that people can drive in and they're right there, they can see it, rather than putting it where you kind of think at the other corner, where they'd have to park like and go for long walks. That was just my only thing. I see Commissioner Lega's got her light on.
My recommendation is, yes, City Hall, but I think that there's a lot more foot traffic and a lot more interaction at the Detroit Street where the Sustainable Building and Code Compliance and the Utility Division is. I think that it would be more useful there because there's a lot more questions that come from that building and a lot more answers, especially when people are looking for refuse and they have no idea that they have to drive behind that building to get to refuse. So I just think that might be a point of interest that we might consider versus the Cultural Plaza.
It's kind of tucked away.
That's the whole point, is that when people finally get there, that building has a lot more activity and a lot more questions and a lot more interaction than the Cultural Plaza. The Cultural Plaza, to me, isn't like a point of information, even though it has the information center in it. These kiosks are to give information.
Right, but how, I'm just playing devil's advocate. If we talk about
It's
second.
too late for that.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. If we're talking about Second Avenue North, I mean, who would even know to go up there to? The culture, I see it, and I think what your thing is a more visible place that people, oh, there's that place I can go to. If it's up on Second Avenue North, it's tucked away in front of that building and nobody knows it's there.
What information is gonna be on them? Everything?
Everything.
Yeah, it's not just,
How many languages?
3 to start with.
I mean, I would rather have it in some place where it's visible, where people can see it. is my.
I agree. I think if you've made your way to Second Avenue, like you're half the battle has been won. Like you knew that you weren't supposed to be at the annex. You knew you weren't supposed to be at City Hall. You made it to the right area. Where I see a lot of confusion are people showing up to the City Hall annex and City Hall looking for things that aren't there.
Okay, so the placement one would be the Cultural Plaza. We're just talking, right? And I see your lights on.
Where would you put it?
I met with the gentleman from the company and we were thinking the grass area just oh my gosh, what's the direction? South of the monument. So it's visible pedestrian and car wise.
From Lake Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's some parking there.
And I have to be close enough for power as well.
Mhm.
So I figured I could get two birds, one stone with that location.
Okay, Commissioner McBoy.
My only concern with it, I kind of agree with the concern that I hear your point with Second Avenue, but it's not something that somebody's gonna think to go, hey, there's an emergency situation, I'm gonna go to Second Avenue and see what's there. They might think about going to the Cultural Plaza. My concern with this general approach is I just got more of them this morning. I get regular calls about people unhappy with the city, unhappy with customer service, unhappy with being able to contact somebody with the city. They have a problem, they're getting no response. I think we have an issue in that, a longstanding issue that we really need to work on much harder. And the last thing people want is to get directed to some menu that they gotta go look through and maybe they can find it, maybe they can't. That will aggravate people even more. So I'm fine with approving this, but I think we're kidding ourselves if we think this is an alternative to seriously improving our customers.
I don't think that it is at all. I think it's just a point of information.
Information, that's part of customer service. People are looking to quickly call somebody, get a real person who can help them quickly get their problems, whether it's businesses, business licenses. Or I can't tell you how many calls I get, and some of them, the one that this morning, I knew the person's name. I have no idea what it is. I knew the person's name because I've had them in the phone because they've called before a number of years ago.
Yes.
And I get lots of them. My phone from the city office is forwarded directly to my cell phone. So I get everything. And I get a lot of complaints about it. And I'm not convinced that this is really going to be a very effective way to move out information. Should we do it? Yeah, probably. Should we spend a lot of money on it? No, I don't think so. Should we keep our eye on the ball on other direct people ways of getting information? I think that's the key.
And I don't think anybody's saying we won't do other ways, so this is an addition. Miss Davis, why don't you chime in?
I appreciate Vice Mayor mentioning that. And so a couple of things. One, my understanding that this plan is just to be an add-on to a way to communicate for those who may come to our building and looking for information, and it provides information even during our off hours. And so that would be a benefit to the customers in another way. And certainly I am concerned about the fact that we're not responding in the calls that you're getting. Please forward them to me, please. We'll definitely contact them, making sure, so I'll know where the bottlenecks are in the city. What areas do we need to focus on that are not communicating back to the citizens? That's a major concern to me, but I can only address it if I know.
Sure.
And so Vice Mayor, please forward them to me and I'll address them.
I'd like to add that the major driving factor behind these kiosks was an emergency situation where we had two outlets that would not lose power, that we could communicate messages to the public, which is why we chose a higher foot traffic area. That way, if we had a situation like Fort Myers and say cell phones are down, website's not up, there are two places that people know they can go in the city and still have information at their fingertips from city staff directly.
I also noticed, and I forgot to mention this too, that whoever did the notarization, it's got the wrong year.
Okay, thank you.
So
They jumped ahead a whole year.
okay, I know we have a public comment card. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have public comment. Peggy Fisher.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I understand this is the selected company is a Lake Worth Beach company. I understand government procurement because I did that for a number of years for the state, for a state agency. And with the state, it was always lowest bidder. That's what you choose, but you also get what you choose. And I looked at the ranking matrix that was in the backup that you all should have seen too. And several items concern me. On training plan, where there was a total possible score from the four raters of 20 points, the chosen company got 2. On kiosk operating plans, where there was again a total possible score of 20, they got 8. On recommended experience and qualifications, where there was a number of items and a total possible score of 60, they got 36. I know from experience that choosing the lowest bidder is not always the best thing, and can end up costing more when things have to be redone. I think it is important for you all to look at these things in the backup and question staff, because I would be very concerned about a company that out of 20 points only got 2 on training plan on a piece of equipment that we want the public to use, to be involved with. And if there's that little of a confidence in the training the company is going to provide to us, I would be concerned. And I understand this is a grant. It doesn't show on the staff report how much the cost is. You can find in the contract for the one selected vendor that it's just under $100,000. I don't know if that's the total of the grant or not, but I do ask that you all, this is important. You know, you're talking about communicating, and the city manager is asking you, Commissioner, to communicate to her. Well, you're talking about something to communicate to the residents and the people in the city, and we want it to be the best possible thing. So it just concerned me when I looked at the rating matrix for this item and for this RFP. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have, Commissioner Malega, do you have your light on again? Oh. We have motion second, all in favor? Aye, thank you. Nay? Aye. It's like, it's 10:02. So that, Commissioner Stokes, did you vote?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. It carries unanimously. All right. D, this is another electric,
No.
public solid waste, that's right, okay. Mr. Brown,
Good
Sorry to
evening,
keep you
Madam
so
Mayor
long.
and Commission. What's that?
sorry to keep you so late. I know you're tired.
I arrived home and was in bed by 4:15, so it's been a very short day.
What's the problem?
Okay, so the purpose of this agenda item is to correct a disparity in the mobile home park rates and provide a solution that's fair and equitable. So to make a very, very long story short, we have 4 mobile home parks in the city. They're all 4 being charged something differently. And the mobile home parks, while they are 9 units or more, they're officially commercial properties because there's just one property owner, and then they have multiple units, and that property owner basically charges each unit on their utilities each month, or however they break it out quarterly. It's really up to them because it's their private property. So they are billed as commercial, but we actually collect them as far as solid waste and recycling as residential properties. They each have their own containers, just like a single family home does, as far as just trash, garbage, and then the recycling containers. So collected residentially, charged commercially. So they kind of have their own separate rate structure going on. Historically, again, not sure why or where these rates came from. We couldn't find anything going back all the way to 1987, where these actual rates came from. But now that we know there's this disparity, we're trying to correct it. So the way that our single family homes are charged in the city, it's just on your non-ad taxes each year, $245.15. When you break that down to a monthly cost, it's $20.43, which is, and I'm sorry, Melissa, do you mind putting that chart back up there? It was in the backup for this item. So what I did on this chart was just trying to simply break it down as simple as I possibly could. What you see on that very top with the green, it shows the existing rates for each one of the mobile home parks. The chart below that, the yellow, shows the proposed rate structure, which is that $20.43 a month, which is what it would be if you broke down the single family residential rate. So all we're trying to do is just make sure that if you're being collected residentially in the city, no matter where you live, you're paying the exact same rate as everyone else. Correct, because we are not collecting this as commercial. It's being collected as residential. And then what you see at the bottom there is we're showing the existing rates versus the proposed rate. We have 2 of the mobile home parks that are going to actually be paying less than they're currently paying, and 2 that are going to be paying more. But at the end of the day, you see the adjusted city revenue at the bottom there. We're basically going to lose about $4,300 a year. In the grand scheme of things, not a lot, but in order to actually make this finally equitable like it should be, this is something I feel we need to move forward with.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Malega, do you have a question?
My question goes to the equity, and you and I spoke about this about 2 months ago when you first were looking at this, is my only question, and I love the fact that you did the research to find out what our residents are paying and then divided it by 12. But you and I both know that the residents don't pay this. The mobile home writes the check and then they pass on whatever they want to the end user. So even though we're knocking it down to $20.43, we don't know if each mobile home park is charging each resident $45 a month, $65 a month. We have no idea what that is. So technically, all we're doing is we're helping the mobile home park save money, potentially not the residents.
Well, just like any other commercial property in the city, we charge them what our city rate is, no matter what the utility
But
is.
it's commercial business and we're giving them residential rate discount. And that's where my discomfort with this is. This is a business. These mobile home parks are businesses. They're going to mark this up and get whatever they get out of it.
And again,
Even though we're collecting as it a residential and we're only doing single pickup, it's still businesses being built.
And again, and we're not sure. I mean, there could be an administrative fee that they tack on top of this 2043. We're not sure what that actually is, or how that private entity decides to then distribute everything out to each particular unit owner.
So that my question is, why aren't we charging them as a business? Because they are businesses. Mobile home parks are not there to give stuff away or to break even.
Well, and I mentioned in the staff report back in 2018, we did have a process where we had made some adjustments to Chapter 12, health and sanitation of our ordinances. And one of the things we did bring up back then was that technically, if it's a commercial property, there would be like townhomes we have in the city or apartment buildings, you'd have centralized collection, which would basically mean in multiple areas within that particular mobile home park, you would have a dumpster enclosure and there'd be a centralized location where our truck would go collect and then leave, which would be much more efficient for the city because we then wouldn't be operating large pieces of heavy equipment down these really small right-of-ways in some of the parks to do this individual curbside collection for every single unit. But as we discovered back then, it was a pretty big issue because it is generally a more senior clientele at these mobile home parks. So a lot of them obviously had a big issue having now, instead of just walking their material to the end of their driveway, having to walk it, who knows, depending on where you are in the park, it could be a block down
No,
the street.
and I respect that because most of the parks are in my district, so I'm very familiar with them. I've knocked on doors and walked all of them.
Yeah.
But again, it's just right now, I feel like we're half residential, half commercial. We're giving them residential curbside service, which is above and beyond. But we're going to be losing money at the end of the day because it's still a commercial account. These are businesses. They have to have business tax license. They have to abide by the rules as a business operation, but we're giving them a big discount on the residential fees.
We're not giving them a discount. We're charging them the proposal.
No, we're giving them a discount because we are giving them residential rates versus commercial rates.
But keep in mind,
We're
Commissioner,
not giving it to the residents. Again, we're giving it to the business, to the landowners.
and again, it's, I was trying to charge based on the service they're receiving. Now, if we're going to look at commercial properties within the city, that's what falls within our fee schedule. There is no ad valorem tax for that. That's only for residential. So for commercial, you look at our fee schedule and it's all containers, like dumpsters. So you have 2 yard, 4 yard, 6 yard, 8 yard, and then you have it broken down by what the actual quantity of the actual dumpster itself versus the frequency it's collected each month or each week. So if you have a
Do have roll-offs. Some of those, the mobile home parks do have roll-offs.
now roll-offs are a little different, but that's something different.
Is a second option as well.
Correct. But that's something to police separate. Because that's another.
That's chart, that's a whole different ball of wax.
We're tackling one thing at a time. But yeah, so for a commercial property within the city, you would be looking at the fees, the actual fee schedule that we approve as part of the budget process every single year. And you would look at the size of the dumpster and the frequency weekly. And you would say, okay, this is a 6 yard, it's collected 3 times a week. Well, here's your rate. We don't have that for the mobile home parks because we don't have that set up there. We would have to go to
So we're
centralized
not putting
collection.
it on ad valorem, we're putting it on their utility bill.
Correct, because when you go to the Palm Beach County property appraiser and you look up the property, there's one property owner.
Correct.
So for instance, for Palm Beach Mobile Home Park, based on the audit Solid Waste Authority did, the latest one, there's 333 units in that park. But when you look on the property appraiser's website, there aren't 333
Right, correct.
individual property owners where we would then bill that property directly, because then we could do non-ad valorem taxes.
Correct.
It's just
That's
one
what I'm
property.
saying. So we're billing that one park,
Correct.
333 times now $20.43. And we don't know if they're turning around and they're marking it up 2 or 3 or 4 times.
So we wouldn't even, I see what you're saying. I totally.
that is a
I
business
understand what
end.
you're saying, right? Now, are you saying that doing the kind of collection that we're doing at the mobile home parks, we could not charge the commercial rate?
Well, the commercial rate is set up differently. It's only set up
Because
for,
it's the dumpsters. That's
correct, it's set up for actual dumpsters.
I pay for my 2 little regular garbage cans that are just like the one that I have at home. So that's not true. And I'm a commercial business owner.
Downtown, which is slightly different. But
But it is a commercial business that pays
I
for,
understand.
I pay for 2 pickups a week on my utility bill. And I only have the exact same dumpster that you're giving curbside service to at the mobile home park.
In the way we had to do that downtown based on the small alleyways and based on the quantity.
So it could be done. I'm just giving us all something to think about because I see a negative $4,000 that we really can't afford to lose a month when I know that those business owners, that's not what they're charging their end user. So to me, if we're giving curbside service and the downtown businesses can flip the bill for commercial pickup, why aren't we not doing the same thing for a business, which is what a mobile home park is? And I'm probably not winning any votes out there with the public, but my job is to be
I understand.
financially responsible for the city and to make sure that even though it looks equitable because it's residential, it's really not. It's a business that's getting the bill. It's a business that's writing us a check. Therefore, to me, it is a commercial account.
Well, I completely understand. And well, I'm sorry, go ahead. Mr. Manager.
No, I just want to make sure we clear that.
It's annual.
It's the annual,
not monthly.
4,300 and some, not monthly. You
Yeah, but you said
you said monthly. I just want to make sure we're clear. That makes a difference.
Yeah.
Commissioner McBoy?
And and as staff, it's our job to kind of identify these issues and try to correct them. Again, we're bringing this forward as a proposal. If you feel that it should be something different than what's been proposed, obviously, it's
Could
definitely
we
up to you guys.
charge and do the collections like we're doing them, I guess is the question. Well, it's different.
I guess that's what I do.
Take a deep breath. I mean, that's the question. Can we not charge commercial and do the residential pickup?
So basically what's happening downtown, a particular restaurant, for instance, they used to have a dumpster in the alleyway. It was an issue as far as getting things through there. So we had to replace that with a certain number of bins, which are basically like the same residential bins. Well, 6 of those equaled basically the dumpster that they had there. So they're being charged still the commercial rate because the actual quantity that they're allowed to collect in those containers
Is a dumpster quantity.
equals to the dumpster, but you're allowed to now line these against basically the back of a building versus a dumpster actually sticks out.
It's a
further.
flat.
So, but if we kind of, look at- if we know how many residences there are.
Yeah.
And we know that each one, like my house has a garbage,
Mhm.
and if we multiply that, we have 300. It would be the same as putting in a dumpster, and I'm not articulating as well as I should be. We can figure out what that would be, because you multiply 300 by, which is what you're doing downtown.
Yeah.
So it seems like we could do it for the mobile homes.
It's basically what we would be doing if we had 4 years ago went to centralized service. We would,
But I'm saying, even, you're telling me that, not to, because I respect you, but
Yeah.
if there are a couple of small not the containers downtown that they can use instead of a dumpster, and you can figure out how to charge for that.
Mhm.
It seems like you could do the same thing, for mobile home park.
Mhm.
We know how many garbage cans they have.
Because I have one can and I pay for pickup twice a month or twice a week
Mhm.
on my bill. I don't have 2 or 3 cans that equal any size of a dumpster. I have one can, the same can. I
Yeah,
have
but
at home.
Well, it's a
Right, but-
percentage of the
Yeah.
dumpster.
Yeah.
So, so it seems like it could, if you say there's 300 units and each one has a garbage.
yeah, we'd say with a 96 gallon can times the
Right.
number of units for the property, times how many times the twice a week would be collected. You basically use that formula to come up with, if we went to centralized collection,
Right,
we would need this many of this size dumpster,
exactly.
whether it's this many sixes or we could.
And use
have
that
space to
number
put this
for
many
their
cans.
monthly, yearly ad valorem tax.
Do you have a ballpark idea? I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you were to do it and, a single can is a sixth of a dumpster or whatever the
Yeah.
ratio is, if you calculate it out that way, do you think the mobile home parks would come out cheaper or more expensive? And would it be a minor difference or a major difference?
I feel it'd be more expensive. I have not done that calculation, so I'd have to do that for each one of these parks to see what the difference would
Right.
be versus the residential collection rate, which is just the curbside, versus doing it the way that we're talking about right
And
now.
I guess I hear Commissioner Malega's concern that they're a business, they're not residential. It's a little bit gray because what we're providing is a residential type garbage pickup service, so it's not crazy to think about charging it. The service that's being provided is the same service that's provided at your home.
Mhm.
So you might as well charge someone. I hear Commissioner Malega's concern that, well, that's fine, that's what we're gonna charge them. But what if they add on $10 a month or whatever? Do we, and we don't have any control, so we can't.
We do not,
it.
no.
But can you informally talk to these guys and say, hey, we're trying to organize this and make it sort of equitable to everybody else. Are you folks okay with making it a pass through? Oh, what you charge the folks is.
I think that's private business. I think
Yeah,
we have no
there's, and we
control over
wouldn't
that.
be able to even confirm if what they're
Right.
telling us is accurate or not.
I see.
I have some people who live in, I could confirm.
I see Commissioner Stokes' hand up. Commissioner Stokes?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. Do you have a ballpark figure just for how much a month we charge for the dumpster?
There's all different sizes.
Yeah, so you have a 2, 4, 6, and 8 yard. And when you look in the fee schedule, it's broken out in a little chart that shows,
Right, the one that's equivalent to 6 units of trash.
what's that?
You said like there's a dumpster that's kind of equivalent to 6 of our.
9 gallon ones or whatever they are.
Yeah, you
So
basically
how much
just
do we
look
charge
at,
for that one?
for which one?
The one that's equivalent to 6 of our residential garbage cans.
She's trying to do the math on the fly.
Yeah, I'd have to.
Yeah.
You just take that and divide it by 6. I mean, and we have a better,
I don't have that memorized. I don't have that information in front of me.
okay. And then, so for like the townhomes and everything, if I could just get clarification. They all have dumpsters?
Correct. A majority of them do.
And the ones that don't,
When you say town, like you're talking the apartment,
townhomes, apartment complexes, all of those.
well, for commercial, per our ordinance, any property that's 9 units or more falls under commercial, and 8 or less is residential. So in a majority of the ones that are 8 or less, there are locations where there is not physically room to have a dumpster on the property because it's too small of a property.
So
in our
they're,
goals.
So it is separated by 8 or less. So we don't have like another equivalent for as far as, I mean, we're comparing them to downtown businesses. I would love to, if we have something for commercial residential, like an apartment complex. But we're saying in all those cases, they use dumpsters. So we
Yeah,
don't
there's
have.
no commercial resident. It's literally just 8 units or less still falls under residential and 9 units or more is commercial. So
And
there's
all
no
the
like,
9 units or more use dumpsters.
I'm sorry, what was that?
All of the apartments and townhomes that are 9 units or more use dumpsters.
For the most part, yes. There are certain situations that had to have a variance where there's not physically enough space to put a dumpster enclosure and a dumpster there. And we had to do special variances for those particular properties because they also have to, based on the number of units they have a certain number of spaces, parking spaces available.
Right. And are we charging them the $20.43 a month, or do they have their own special rates too?
If it's 9 units or more, they're paying the rate that's in our fee schedule, which would be based on the size of the dumpster they have and the frequency that's collected every month or every week.
But if they don't have a dumpster, for those few that have the variance to not have the dumpster.
It would be like the situation that Commissioner Malega had mentioned downtown, where if there's not enough space, we would utilize our 96-gallon containers, which is basically the household containers. And based on how many of those you would need for your collection, that's what we'd utilize.
Okay.
And that would be based off of the quantity and the frequency it was collected. Because depending on some of those properties, some need more than, and that's why we have the frequency in there in the table for the commercial properties. Some need more collection on a weekly basis, like some of our restaurants are 6 days a week versus you said you only need to be collected twice a week. So it really depends on the property and what the frequency is necessary. Our whole thing is we can't have material laying on the ground.
Yeah.
Because we do have properties that try to get away with, very small frequency, but we have to increase it. We just can't have waste on the ground.
Commissioner Diaz has his line on.
Yeah, thank you.
He's been very patient.
Sorry, Jamie. I know we talked about this a lot when we met. So I'm thinking, would it be helpful to explain it in terms of cubic feet or yardage as opposed to, I think there's a lot of hang up on the number of, what type of garbage can is it? Is it a big one? Like, I think it's probably better to talk about it in terms of cubic yards or however we measure it, because
But they know how many cubic.
right. And I think that's exactly what he's trying to explain, because, I look at it downtown, you have quite the range, right? Like, so my education center downtown is almost zero waste. I can't officially claim that it's zero waste yet, but, you have that end of the spectrum. And then you have like restaurants, which if you've ever worked in a restaurant is
that's what you just
pretty much the opposite. So I think it's not get hung up on what type of dumpster or cans they use. And it's more about the yardage of what's being put out.
Correct. We do have properties downtown that share dumpster. We do have dumpsters downtown. We do have properties downtown like Commissioner Malega's that have their own separate containers. It's a mix mash because we have those very small alleyways. And we still need to be able to get through there and collect. So we can't have dumpsters all over the place that impede our vehicles from actually getting through there.
I'm wondering
The
if
parks, we pick them up twice a week as well. And all the parks, they get picked up twice a week, just like all residential.
What do you mean by the parks? Like our actual?
The mobile home parks, do
Oh,
we pick up their trash
yes.
twice a week?
Yeah, it's just like a residential property.
Okay.
there's nothing that will prevent, let's say we go commercial and it gets to be a higher rate, there's still nothing that's going to prevent the owner from charging above that. But I think, could we get some sort of idea from you, not tonight, obviously, about what making this a commercial rate would be rather than as a residential? Because I think it is, we do have that 18, it makes sense really that it's a commercial endeavor, not a residential.
I can bring that information back. I didn't convert the residential
Right.
size containers to.
Yeah, but if
give
you could
another
do
option.
that, I think that would be helpful for us.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so we'll just bring this back when you got that.
I can bring this back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
No
Sorry to
problem.
make you go home now. Go home. Or you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Sorry, Jamie.
Yeah,
No
no,
problem. Thank you.
it's a good point. All right, now we have the last item.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, are we gonna have maybe a motion to table the item?
Motion to table until we get more information on commercial rates.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last but not least is preferred,
Motion to approve.
do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Somebody second this. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry for making you stay. But.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone.
City attorney?
Any reports from you?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well.
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. See you all later.